Hello.
Hi. Sorry, man. I'm also just trying to get the settings right.
Same
It's
here.
like, yeah, come in early, make sure we're ready. I'm just not seeing my video. Can you see me?
I can, yes.
Okay, I can't see myself. So it's like, am I
No,
seeing
I'm
too?
I'm making the mistake of using a brand new computer, so we'll see, if my settings are all correct. It's always a gamble, right?
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I hardly ever use Zoom, mostly on Teams. And then you come into
Oh.
Zoom and everything's all over the show and it's slightly different. And I've had so many faux pas with earphones or Bluetooth that doesn't connect. And now I went, okay, we're just going to do this as is.
Yeah.
Just
Sorry,
for
I'm Denise.
you to know,
Yeah,
we are live. So
chatting.
the chat is absolutely part of the thing. I was just mentioning that for you so that you don't give something super confidential about, I don't know, something which might be just behind you and which you don't want to reveal. Um, the
Just,
camera is not
just
seen right now, but I think they can hear us. So
okay. Let me just check. Antoine, is like my background blurred? I can't
it is
see
blurred. It is
myself.
blurred.
Yeah, it's blurred. Okay, no, that's great.
Yours is
Okay,
blurred.
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, there. Okay, we on. We can see. Okay. What is the protocol, Antoine? Are we going to stay on screen throughout, or are we just going to be on screen when we're interacting?
We have a magician called David who's putting us on and off screen depending
Oh,
who's
awesome.
speaking and depending on what's happening. So usually the way we work is that the company pitching will come on scene, pitch, and then they are in full screen. And when we enter the phase where we're discussing, then you will be put on scene.
Okay.
Maybe a best practice for that, try to locate the button which allows you to raise your hand. It's on the bottom of the screen. Um, we have lots of judges, so there's not enough time for everybody to raise a question during every single pitch. So the way it works is that if you have a great question which you'd like to raise, just raise your hand, and I'll give the first come first serve advantage to to raise a question.
I'm not seeing that raise your hand thing.
It
It's
should
not at the
be
bottom.
on the bottom. You have the participant list. The
In
ribbon
a
is
chat. There's reactions, but no raise your hand.
I unfortunately have it in French, which is
Okay.
always kind of weird. So for me, it's lever la main, and I'm not sure it's helpful to anyone.
Hello. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm just checking my audio.
You are absolutely audible. Welcome, Carmen.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Antoine. Let me just check my video. I think it was working. Yeah, it's working. Okay, so I'm all good.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed watching some of the sessions yesterday. You did a fantastic job, by the way.
Thank you. We had some technical trouble, but I think we overcame it for today. So it's going to be even better today, I hope. No, but the pitches were awesome. Really, we had 20 great pitches yesterday.
They were
Well,
terrific. They were all fantastic.
Can I ask a question? Maybe this was already asked about the Q&A. Is there, is there like a specific way of doing that, or is just more spontaneous as we go for the judges? Like every judge will have to ask a question, or
no,
how does that?
there are too many of you for everyone to raise a question. So usually yesterday the average we had was 3 or 4 questions. So if you feel like that is really a pitch you'd like to interact with, just raise your hand. I'll see that and I'll make sure that you get to raise your question. And if I see no raised hand, then I have to pick volunteers.
Okay. And I think someone was asking about the hand, and I cannot find it.
And it's interesting, on my version of Zoom, I'm not seeing the typical raise hand either.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Interesting.
I see things like this. Well, that's not a raise hand. Reactions. Yeah. Oh, here. Yeah, it's in reactions. You can see it
Good.
now, no?
I
Yeah.
see raised hands. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in reactions, this lower hand. Okay, I got it.
I'm
And
sorry.
in your reactions, I have full medium hidden. I don't have a hand.
Yeah, if you go to reactions, you see the icons on the top, but then at the bottom, it says raise hand.
Okay, let me just explore a little bit more then.
Yeah, because I didn't get it at first, but it's just at the bottom. It says
Got it.
raise
Yes,
hand.
now got it now. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, sure.
In the meantime, I see people joining the room. Don't worry. You're welcome. Sit down, relax. We will start in 5 minutes. We just give a bit of time to everybody to familiarize with the tool, because then it's 4 hours straight of pure water content. So I see seven person already in the room on LinkedIn and a dozen on YouTube. So good to see that people crave to watch it, so they come early. Welcome, everybody. Oh, I see that we already have our first speaker. Hi, Priyanshu. Do I pronounce that one right?
Yes, you did. Hi, Antoine. How are
Good.
you?
I'm absolutely pumped up. I hope you are as well. You will be the first
I am.
under the very friendly fire of our jury. So be ready. There's a bit of explanation in the beginning to explain what we're going to do, what you did before, at which stage we are. So it's not straight at the beginning of the hour, but you will be the first on stage. So
Got it.
looking forward to that.
Me too. Thanks.
If my count is right, in this session, we have 7 judges plus the head of the jury with Lisa. She will be with us in that role today. So 8. So yes, of course, 8 people in the jury means a little bit too much to have everybody speak on every pitch, but you will have a Reader's Digest and an absolute selection of the best questions. So that's great. So yeah, I see also the question in the chat. Let me use that opportunity to give it to everyone as a teaser, because we got 2 minutes early. So the ones which are already here deserve to have a bit of a list of what's happening today. We have 10 pitches. So we start with clean water. Then we go to Dream Water portable filter. Then we go to Moptex for process. Number 4 is Sotilma. Number 5 is Aquagritech. Number 6 is Water IQ. Number 7 is True Farm Technology. Number 8 is Ace Gates Water Solution. Number 9 is Sobush Filter. And number 10 is Hydro Efficient Coating. So I probably butchered some of those names. Don't worry. You have the opportunity to come on stage and to correct me. Oh, perfect. That is awesome. So there you have the absolute list of all the ones coming on stage in the order where you will be appearing on stage. We will be applying the same rule than yesterday, which is that technical difficulties can happen. It can even happen to me. I know my cat loves to chew on cables, so this kind of stuff happen. If anything happened while you're on stage, don't worry. We save your spot. We go to the next team, and we take you back as soon as your technical difficulties are over. Which also means that if you see that team number 3 is pitching and you are team number 4, get yourself ready, because you might have to jump in a bit earlier just if anything happens. Or maybe we exhausted all our bad luck yesterday and today is going to be absolutely straightforward. Good. I see it is starting time, so I would suggest that we start with a short introduction about what we're going to do today, and where we're at in the process and what happens next. So, short introduction. Where are we? Welcome everybody to this second day of the pitches of our World Bank Youth Innovation Challenge. We had a great start yesterday with 2 sessions with 10 pitches each. So we are halfway through the 40 pitches. But before the pitches, a lot has happened. Actually, that story starts dating back to COP28. At COP28, the full acceleration program was launched by the World Bank, and they had 1,600 people that registered. So 1,600 teams from 95 countries, which then went into a second stage where 300 youth teams applied from 63 countries. And then 40 finalists got shortlisted. And those 40 finalists are the ones we're seeing today. And what's at stake today is pretty simple. There are 40 finalists and there are 20 spots in the actual accelerator. So during the session, the judges will have a full table in front of their eyes. They will be judging different criterion, parameters, and they will be putting together a ranking, and the 20 best ranked team will move to the next stage. We won't be able to announce that today because there is a little bit of consolidation, but straight after the event, the acceleration will start until October. And by October, you will see those teams starting to have an even greater impact than the one they already have today. I'm not alone today. I'm joined by several judges. We have in this session 7 judges. Some of them are from the World Bank. Some others are CEO of water companies. And the reason we have those judges is absolutely straightforward as well. It is we will have 20 finalists, and each of these finalists in the accelerator will get a mentor. And the mentor will be no one else than the CEOs, which are on the panel today. So the ones which are judging our candidates will also be the ones which will help them then develop their skills in the acceleration program. So I think it's a pretty symbiotic relationship. And we've seen yesterday that already some of these links were building live under our eyes. What's in it for you as the people watching this event is also pretty simple. We will be having a People Choice Award for each session. So 10 in this first pitch session, 10 others in 2 hours. And for each of them, you will have a poll where you can simply vote for your 3 favorite teams. It's a honorific prize. It might contribute slightly to the ranking. That's not up to me to decide. It's the judges who will pick what exactly influences what. But what I can tell you is that what I started yesterday and which I will be continuing today is that I'm raising the ante a bit on this Public and People Choice Award. The winning team will get a spot to come present its solution on my podcast. So it's what it is. I'm not Mr. Beast, but when it comes to water topics, I think that might be an interesting audience for you to reach. So I'm super happy to have at least the People Choice Award in every session. And honestly, probably given the quality of the pitches I've seen yesterday, probably more than just those on the podcast, because I think it deserves to be seen even further. Good. I used that chit chat as well to let everybody come in and take a seat. So last stop before we launch our first pitch, I'll give you the rules. Every single company pitching will have 10 minutes to pitch. The first 3 minutes are a pure pitch. And at the end of those 3 minutes, I'm going to ask you to try to stick to those 3 minutes. If you're 30 seconds longer, I won't jump in. If you're 3 minutes longer, I will have to stop you. So try to stick to the 3 minutes. At the end of those 3 minutes, you have 7 minutes of interaction with the judges, and the judges will raise questions. You answer the question. And at the end of those 10 minutes, we go to the next pitch. And by the end of the 2 hours, we get our first results with the People Choice Award. So I think that's a lot to digest, but not so complicated at the end of it. We already have our first pitcher on scene with Priyanshu. Priyanshu, you're presenting clean water. And I think if you're ready, I would say the scene is yours.
Thanks, Antoine. Hello, everyone. I am Priyanshu Kumar. I'm the founder CEO of Clean Water. I'm sure that everybody present on the call here today at some point would have dreamt of an ideal house, which is near a water body, right? It could be a river or a lake. But living near water bodies today, particularly in the urban context in developing countries like India, is so far from that dream, right? We must have imagined of an ideal house with birds in the air, fishes in the water, cool wind caressing your face, right? But living near water bodies in the urban India today is very, very different. There's foul odor. The water is polluted. There's contaminated water entering our water bodies, affecting and killing the ecology and biodiversity. There's solid waste everywhere. Even the groundwater is getting polluted. There are methane emissions coming out of water bodies. So we really need to turn this around fast, and we have a solution for that. So in order to improve the water quality and solve all of the problems at water bodies, we have developed innovative, sustainable, and scalable nature-based products like microbial cultures, floating wetlands, and aerators to improve the water quality and provide habitat to restore the ecology and biodiversity, and also ensure that these water bodies become a place of recreation and tourism for everyone. By sticking to these three products, we ensure that we could cater to tens of thousands of water bodies every year, because we could manufacture these products centrally in one location and ship it to any corner of the globe, where these products could be installed within a day. So by sticking to a product-based approach, we really become scalable, and we have the solution to cater to the polluted water bodies across the globe. Also, we have a team of PhDs in nanomaterials, biochemistry, and MTech in environmental engineering in our team, who are constantly making our products better. And so we are very poised to restore multiple water bodies across the globe. We have restored a few water bodies in India, got the award of Water Hero from central government, from the government of India for the same. And we're poised to rejuvenate the millions of water bodies, not just in India, but across the globe in the coming 5 to 10 years. Thank you. I'll stop here for some questions.
That's an awesome pitch, and you're fully within the 3 minutes rule. The judges, it's up to you. You can raise your hand and ask. And our first question comes from Shelly. Shelly, the scene is yours.
First of all, congratulations on the important work that you're doing. I'm really impressed with your initial demo video, as well as how you presented today. I'd like just to get a little understanding of some of the, you mentioned that you actually have some projects in the field today. Can you share any sort of insights on, what you've learned, any sort of feedback from the local community on its impact?
Sure. So we have executed multiple projects. So one of the learnings that we got was that we need to keep the community in the loop as well. What I mean by that is we often do a lot of interventions at water bodies that would help clean the water, but we need to maintain it too, and that too for a long period of time. So involving the community does help in that, because very practically in the Indian context, a lot of things get stolen from the site as well. Just to mention an example, we have aerators running at the water body, right, to provide oxygen into the water so that aquatic life can survive. Now, people would come and often cut the cables and steal it. So that's one thing we've realized, that we also need to keep the community in loop, so that that we can ensure security of these things as well. Furthermore, besides the water quality, we also need to look at the ecology and the biodiversity as well, because they aren't vocal, and somebody needs to be campaigning to preserve the ecology and biodiversity. And another thing we realized was, while rejuvenating water bodies, we should have one eye on the future and the maintenance of this as well, which would make it really sustainable in the long term. So it needs to have a financial or an economic layer around it as well, so that our interventions are sustainable and kind of stand the test of time.
Thanks for sharing that.
Hi, I'm Sonam from Clean Water as well. Can I add a few things here?
Absolutely, please.
Yeah. So as Shelly asked for the impact on the community, so I would like to add two things here. That one of the things which we saw in the lakes, which we are restoring in Madhya Pradesh, is that, the amount of fish have increased. So we see a lot of people who are, because of the increase in biodiversity, so the amount of fish have increased in the water bodies, and, the local communities can really rely on them for their daily food. And another thing in India, I mean, a lot of you must be knowing about it, that people have this habit of, putting a lot of religious waste into the water bodies. So we also saw a decrement in that because the people around the water bodies, they became aware, that maintaining it is very important for their own health. So we are starting to see positive impacts on the local communities as well. But of course, it's a long way to go.
Thanks for the add-on. I think it brings a bit more context. Thanks for the question, Shelley. Just because it's the first time we see the judges, I'm just going to shortly introduce you if you don't do it yourself. So you're the CEO and founder of True Flood Risk. Do I get that one right? Great. So we move to our next judge's question, which is Austin. And Austin, you reacted at community, so I would expect you to have a question linked to that, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, maybe I'll throw a curveball in, Antoine. Hello, congratulations again to making it to this point. Austin Alexander, I lead sustainability and social impact for Xylem. But forgive me if I missed this in the pitch, but who is the payer for the intervention, and who do you expect to be the payer for the interventions in the long term as you scale both in India and into other regions?
Sure. So right now we have two segments or two channels by which we sell our products. The first is the private market or a B2B segment. The other is a B2G segment, because most of the water bodies in India are being owned by the government, and therefore we need to work with the government to ensure that we rejuvenate water bodies. For the private entity, we partner with NGOs and not-for-profit organizations, big corporates with a lot of CSR funds who want to rejuvenate water bodies. And therefore, we work directly with them, with the NGOs, not-for-profits, and the CSR corporates to supply our product and rejuvenate the water bodies. While on the government front, we do not deal with the government directly. We have a distributor network that takes the products from us and supply to the government. I'm sure a few of you would know how the government in India works and the funny business associated with it, right? So we want to keep our books clean, and therefore we have a distributor network who kind of takes the product from us and supplies it to the government. Another thing with the government is there's a really long sales cycle, which means it takes about 6 months to a year to kind of get any project with the government. And therefore, we really want to be kind of catering to the entire geography. And therefore, we have distributors across the country currently who are kind of in conversation with governments, the city municipal corporations, the state governments, the central government departments to kind of supply our products there. Also, there are a few services required at the water bodies as well, which could include maybe making a boundary wall around the water body, planting a few trees, collecting the garbage, etc. So our local distributors and our partners kind of take care of that while we stick to products only and the water part of the lake and improving the water quality.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks,
I have a feeling that, Austin, you stole the question from Carmen because your hand is no longer raised, but I still want to throw you in. So here you are pushed under the bus. Carmen, you have a question from the World Bank.
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask a similar question, more about the sustainability aspects on the institutional arrangement, which I think you already responded. But maybe let me just move to another question related to sustainability. And again, congratulations from the excellent product and also the pitch. I think it was really, really interesting. And nature-based solutions is something that at the bank we are promoting quite a bit, and we're very interested in combining this type of solutions also with great infrastructure. This nexus between green and gray, we see that it brings a lot of co-benefit to the programs that we finance. But one of the challenges that I see in the field is also, especially with the urban settings, is the attraction of mosquitoes and vectors like, snakes and rats, so vectors that are not desirable to the community around. So I was wondering if you have any thoughts on that, if you have any, perhaps suggestions on within, the product that you have, how is that being resolved?
That's a very valid point that you raised here, Carmen, because with polluted water bodies, we see that often a lot of mosquito breeding takes place, which then causes waterborne diseases and deaths as well, including the likes of malaria, typhoid, cholera, etc. we intend, and often this mosquito breeding happens when the water quality is poor, or if there are invasive species on top of the water surface. Invasive species like algae, water hyacinth, water lettuce, duckweed, azolla, etc. So by cleaning the water, we ensure that mosquito breeding does not happen. Also, we like to remove the invasive species. But the problem with invasive species generally is that they keep coming back, right? You remove them, they keep coming back. But using a microbial cultures, we can ensure that these invasive species stop forming altogether, right? Because they are the breeding grounds for mosquitoes. How we do that is by removing the nutrients from the water. So nutrients or food is kind of then eaten by these invasive species. There's plenty of air and water readily available. And with food available, these invasive species multiply and cover the entire surface of water bodies, right? But if you remove the food from the ecosystem, if you remove the nutrients, then these invasive species can't really multiply, right? And therefore, the mosquitoes would not have any breeding ground. So using our microbial cultures and ensuring that we have a healthy water at these water bodies, we ensure that no mosquitoes breed there. And, as a result, no waterborne diseases or deaths, and eventually increase in the happiness index and the overall quality of life.
No waterborne disease, no mosquito, and an increase in happiness. I think that's a good conclusion. I'm sorry, Ben. You get a token from me. You can come up first in the next round. Thank you, Clean Water. We move on to the next team to pitch, which is going to be Dream Water. So I guess once we have the water clean, we can dream. So Dream Water portable filter. Who's your speaker? And welcome to the scene. Shah Rafayat. I pronounced that terribly. Sorry. How do you say it?
No, I think you were pretty correct. Shah is good. So will I start?
Yeah, welcome, Shah. The scene is yours.
All right. Thank you so much, Antoine. Hi, my name is Shah. I'm from Bangladesh, and I'm the managing director of Dream Water Enterprises Limited, where we design products which harness unorthodox water sources to enhance drinking water access. Hailing from one of the most flood-prone nations in the world, we saw flooding in Bangladesh not as a disaster, but rather an opportunity to harness flood water as a drinking water source. That is why we developed the Dream Water Filter, which is a lightweight portable device which can convert 10,000 liters of flood water into drinking water just with the touch of a button. And to mobilize our filters on ground, we are training rural women in becoming Dream Water agents, where they can use the filters to become both water entrepreneurs and disaster respondents in flood-prone communities. As of today, we've produced 67 Dream Water devices, which have converted over 450,000 liters of flood water into drinking water, and also saved 80,000 plastic water bottles from being deployed for flood disaster response. We currently have partners such as UNDP and Aqua for All, who are supporting another 130 devices to be deployed in northern flood-prone Bangladesh within this year. With the solution proven on ground, we're now looking to expand to reach the mass community by investing in production capacity, building agent network, and R&D to remove arsenic and salinity using our filters one day. We welcome you to join the exciting journey of Dream Water, where we can together convert water from anywhere, anytime, into the water of our dreams. Thank you so much. Let me know if you have any questions.
Awesome pitch. One remark, which will not count into your time. If you're curious about all the companies which we have pitching today, there is a playlist on YouTube with all their elevator pitches, which they've prepared before coming on scene to pitch. And the reason why I'm connecting that dot is that your elevator pitch was super well produced with a lot of images. And I know it's by no means a criterion. It's just that to me, it was very, very interesting to see. So that was the off time, which doesn't count within your time. Judges, in the meantime, if you have a question to raise, I'll let you raise your hands. I just have one question for you, which is 67 filters. That's oddly specific. How did you come to 67?
So 67 filters were actually ordered by our partners on ground. So these were ordered by different NGOs, INGOs, even like corporates using their CSR to deploy these filters on ground. So that's how we came to the number 67.
Ben, I didn't let you raise your question just before, so you're the first on.
Thanks, Antoine. Thank you, Shah. great pitch. Really enjoyed your elevator pitch as well. Like Anton said, I think it stood out on that front, and well done for being part of all of this. I think my question comes to is sort of just twofold, really. Is how was your unique proposition in this area here? Because it's really well needed. We can see the disasters out there, and that link to floodwater really critical. So what is that unique proposition? And then what do you need to help scale from here? Really interested to hear that, especially from the judge's perspective here about who might mentor.
Thank you so much, Ben, for this question. For the first example is that 98% of Bangladeshis depend on groundwater sources currently for their drinking water access. So what happens is groundwater source is also depleting. So surface water has not been properly harnessed yet. So we're one of the first movers here in Bangladesh trying to harness surface water as a drinking water source. And across, when I look into the global context, there are a few competitors out there who are also working on portable water filters. But our filters, and we've actually done this comparison with a few filters on ground, our filters are one of the only portable filters on ground, which can remove odor and improve taste of the water, which plays a very significant role in how consumers consume water on a daily basis. That is our most unique value proposition, because at the end of the day, if the water tastes good, consumers will begin to consume it more. So that is one of the biggest value propositions for Dream Water, the taste of the water itself.
You had a scale question as well, Ben, right?
Yeah, and then how's that? What do you need to help scale this? Like, what are the things which you think which are going to turbocharge you to go further forward, which looks like an amazing market?
So the biggest struggle that we are having right now is meeting the current demands of the market itself. So right now we have a very big wait list. For example, there are corporates, like the private sector players who want to order these filters. There are NGOs who want to order these filters. 2 days ago, we had a Nepalese organization who approached us, who said that if we can supply them 200 of these devices. But then what happens is these devices take some time to build. And also right now, they're priced at around $230 for us to build with the net profit included. We actually want to bring that down to less than $100. And we can do this if we are able to work on a production line. Because right now we have to import some of the parts from China, from Vietnam, and then assemble here in Bangladesh. So building a local production line helps us reduce that cost. And also we also want to work on the R&D of it. Our filters are able to remove sedimentation, bacteria, virus, iron, but we are still not able to remove arsenic and salinity. Once we're able to do that, we will be able to mobilize these filters for the coastal region and convert salt water into drinking water. So that is the main goal as well right now. Right now, we're working in the northern parts of Bangladesh with the rivers, lakes, and ponds, but we also want to tap into the coastal market as well using this filter. So these are the places where we want to scale up right now in terms of building the production line, making it even cheaper, and reaching the coastal market as well.
Thanks for that. That makes it clear.
Maybe shortly to introduce you, Ben, you're the CEO of Isle Utilities.
That's right. Focus on innovation, water technology in the sector. But thank you for that response. I think that's nice and clear.
And we have a question from Shelley.
Hi again, I'm Shelley from True Flood Risk. So obviously, I love the work that you're doing in the flood space, extremely important. I'd like to learn more about how you are building your Dream Water Agent network. How is that going? What kind of response have you received from participants? How can you potentially scale that even more?
That's actually a very interesting question, because we just finished a training session for over 30 women entrepreneurs who are going to become Dream Water agents just 4 days ago. So what we do is first we have to build the awareness on why should people shift from groundwater sources to surface water sources, because a lot of people don't have that awareness that you can actually drink water from lakes, ponds, and rivers. So what we do is we show them the demo itself. And after the demo is done, it almost seems like magic to them when they see the conversion right in front of their eyes. So that's when the interest comes in. And in the context of Bangladesh, mostly in rural spaces, women usually are not allowed to work because of like certain cultural barriers, which is something that we're trying to break. Because when they're seeing this filter, they see an opportunity to make an income out of it by selling the water that they're producing. That's when the interest comes in. That's when we conduct 3 types of awareness building or training sessions. Number 1 is on disaster preparedness. Number 1 is on the technical aspect. Number 3 is on the financial and marketing aspect. So based on those, that's how we prepare the Dream Water agents. When they can then go on ground, we provide them with the filters so that they can actually sell the water on ground. And if I may share something regarding the R&D of itself. So our filters are actually like a briefcase in a way, so they can carry it wherever they want. But what we found out that we can, what we want to do is how can we make it even more mobile, especially during disaster cases, right? So that's when I actually want to show you this. We actually built it into a more micro version where it can actually fit on the palm of your hand. So this filter can convert up to 3,000 liters of water, and they can carry it anywhere, anytime, and convert water from like lakes, ponds, rivers, floods into drinking water, either for their household use, neighborhood use, or even for disaster response. So that is how the Dream Water program is working right now.
We have a little bit of time for one more question. I'll take Danny, I have the 2 versions. Just pick your favorite one, and then I promise to stop asking. And if you can just introduce what you do at the World Bank, I'd be super happy.
Hi, Danny works great, and I'm the global lead for water in IFC, so the private sector arm of the World Bank. So Shah really inspired a very interesting product. I was wondering if you had looked at seller financing and partnering with microfinance institutions to support this network, and how are you thinking about that?
So that's also a great question, because we are partnered with 2 microfinancial institutions right now who are ready to provide that support on ground. One is Bureau Bangladesh, one is Sajida Foundation. So they too also work in the northern part of Bangladesh, so that because our filters are priced at around 250 USD right now. So in order to like afford that, women have to go in and take a loan from these microfinancial institutions to be able to afford these devices. So from August onward, the first 30 women will be taking these microloans to purchase the first 30 devices on ground. This will be the first purchases from a B2C approach that will be done, because throughout all this time, we've been doing a B2B approach. So in August, that's actually happening on ground. So microfinancial institutions will play a big role in deploying Dream Water portable filters on ground, using the Dream Water agents on ground as well.
I think that's a perfect conclusion. Thanks a lot for the great pitch and the great discussions. We will move to our 3rd team, and the 3rd team is MobTex for Process. I'll let the speaker come on stage, and Moletsan, do I pronounce that one right?
Close, Moletsani, yes.
Moletsani, the scene is yours.
Imagine, what if we could make drinking water more universally accessible and affordable? Well, we can. With the deep tech circular economy process that we've developed, called FOR, we're able to assist drinking water utilities to make the water treatment process cheaper. Through FOR, we're essentially able to provide up to 30% cheaper drinking treatment chemicals produced with 140 times less carbon dioxide emissions. We've tested the process over years on 3 drinking water treatment plants down here in South Africa. And from those tests, we found a few interesting things. The first is that we can recover and recycle these water treatment chemicals by up to 90% with a 95% purity. Just to give you an indication, we're looking at the coagulation and flocculation stage of drinking water treatment. So the sludge that results from this would otherwise be disposed of in landfill sites. In terms of the water utilities, through this recovery of these water treatment chemicals, we're able to reduce the operational expenditure by up to 30%. And that's a function of landfill site costs, transportation, and the virgin product of buying the water treatment chemicals. Because we can recover and recycle these chemicals, we can reduce the volumes of sludge that would otherwise report to landfill and also sort of leach into groundwater reserves. And finally, if we compare the process of manufacturing these virgin chemicals to our FOR process, we emit 140 times less carbon dioxide emissions. So we've tested this process at small scale, And just to give you an indication about commercialization and perhaps our market entry strategy, in 5 years, when we do commercialize, we'll be eliminating 2.2 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions from reaching the atmosphere. That's approximately removing about 700,000 cars per year from roads. In terms of the sludge that we reappropriate from landfill, we're looking at about 5 million tons per year of sludge. That's really quite a lot. In terms of the market, our total addressable market currently sits at about $80 billion US, looking at about 60,000 functional water treatment plants. And our serviceable obtainable market is a fraction of that, about 0.4%, and lends itself to about $0.4 billion US. I'm happy to tell you about our beachhead and our market entry strategy in the question and answer session. But perhaps to give you an indication of how our business model works, it's essentially a design, build, finance, and operate. We understand that water utilities already have the existing infrastructure. So the plant is a plug and play solution where we pipe in these water treatment residuals or sludge, otherwise called, and we recover and recycle these water treatment chemicals for the water utility. We charge based on the amount or the volume of these water treatment chemicals we can recover and recycle back. So that's an idea of how it works. And what's currently interesting is that there are a few competitors that we have, but they're also not commercialized. And of the three sort of criteria that water utilities look at in technologies in our sector, cost saving, purity, and recoveries, we outperform our competitors in two of those. Highest cost savings, highest purity we recover these chemicals with. And yeah, perhaps just to speak a bit of our team, including some of our advisory board, we have a staff complement ranging from engineering through to finance, market entry, legal, as well as business development. Perhaps to complement that and give you an indication, we have a wide network ranging from accelerator programs we've been involved in, as well as other engineering and innovation hubs. A few examples are the Royal Academy of Engineering, Accenture, which is Oxford University's innovation wing, the MasterCard Foundation, University of Toronto, AL Utilities, and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. So we've tested this process over years at small scale, and we're looking really at piloting it on the way to our commercialization journey. And in order to do that, we're looking at raising $500,000 US over the next 18 months to test, build, and demonstrate this to water utilities. And perhaps just for a bit of information from the conversations we've had with some of these water utilities, this piloting is envisaged to unlock long-term commercialization opportunities through demonstrating the technology at a more realistic scale to their operating conditions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed, for the super complete pitch. I heard IL utilities, but I think it's not the first question which we should raise. So Ben, you're on my wait list. I heard also South Africa, and I think we haven't heard from Dennis yet. So if you have a question, the keywords I saw, because you were super clever, Molitseni, and you've planted some seeds as to what the questions might be. I heard DBFOM, I heard beachheads, so questions that the judges might ask you. But Dennis, you can go off a totally different tangent, fully up to you.
Thank you, Antoine and Molitseni, that's amazing. I'm fully aware of the sludge recovery technology that's out there. And I just want to know, you are pitching from Lesotho, am I correct? Or are you actively involved in the South African community in the Water Research Commission in South Africa?
So yes, based in Lesotho and South Africa. At this point in time, I'm broadcasting from South Africa. In terms of the Water Research Commission, it's interesting that you should say our initial studies and part of the initial grant funding we got to sort of get off the ground was based off of the grants from the Water Research Commission. And perhaps to build on that, we then published a few technical articles from the essential or initial parts of our investigations with them.
Yeah, so there is, I think, a lot of research that the Water Research Commission have invested in. And I was curious to know if you'd been part of that, because I'm in a conversation with another colleague who is actively working in the space. And I would like to actually maybe give you the opportunity to meet each other. I don't know if you know Karabo, and he's worked extensively on programs, even taking this to another level of the commercialization of the sludge recovery as well, where there's a whole nother spin-off business that comes from this as well, which in South Africa is really relevant. It's how do we leverage it at all angles? But yes, love the technology and the work you're doing, and would like to actually connect afterwards to learn a bit more about where you're implementing, where your pilot scales were, I mean, we know in South Africa, 95% of the wastewater treatment plants don't work. So anything that adds value that can reduce the costs and stuff like that is of huge importance to us in the actual industry who's designing and, I'd say, implementing systems. Yeah.
Thanks,
Great
Denise.
work, by the way.
Yeah, I'd be happy to connect and perhaps have a discussion as well as the contact afterwards. Just maybe a small point of clarification. And I'm not sure if I maybe misunderstood you. So our focus, I suppose in a way you can call it wastewater, but the sort of technical term is water treatment residuals because it's from the drinking water treatment process and not necessarily from the sewage.
Okay, so that's good that you've clarified it, that you're on the water treatment side and not the wastewater treatment side. Is there opportunity to use it in the wastewater treatment side as well?
Yes. Again, another very interesting question. So initially, I suppose the hindsight is catch-22. When we were approaching a few water utilities, especially in the developed countries, one of the biggest issues was regulatory compliance with the quality of water treatment chemicals that we're recovering and how that sort of, plays itself out into recovering and recycling those into drinking water treatment. And, the ultimate, I suppose, summary of the discussion was that as much as they like the technology, our initial starting point in terms of commercialization to sort of map out and understand how that might work will be to recover and recycle these drinking water treatment chemicals in the wastewater treatment plants. And in that way, then we're not sort of drinking the water and risking those potential health effects that might be a function of that. So yes, initially.
To take it then to another level, I mean, then if you're able to do this in like water treatment and wastewater treatment, surely the process water environment also opens up because, I mean, if you look at the mining industry as well, the harmful chemicals there and the extraction and recovery of those kind of chemicals is incredibly important in how we move forward with sustainable mining even. Because that's a big issue. I think it came up in one of the other presentations about the contamination the mines are introducing into the river streams. If we can short circuit that, brilliant.
Yeah, I don't want to cut that one because it's super interesting, but we have more questions from the judges.
Great.
But it's if you're selected, I think you have a good candidate to be your mentor. So that's good news.
Sure. Can I just quickly answer this because it's quite interesting?
Okay, you have 20 seconds.
So Denise, absolutely right. We've actually been approached by fast-moving consumer goods, specifically beverage making, because they take municipal water and purify it with the exact same ways that water utilities do. But we've also done a lot of modeling studies for 2 global mining companies where they were looking to valorize key metals in their wastewater in order to increase company revenues, but also to reduce the amount of environmental impact that their wastewater has. So that is part of our sort of research and development as we commercialize. Yeah.
Lovely. Love it. Thank you.
Denise, you're the CEO of Answer Earth. I'm just introducing that because we haven't heard you before that one. I have a question from Austin.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations again. Really interesting product. I have 2 questions that will hopefully be a fairly fast one. The first is on the what does the difference look like from what you are charging the utility versus the savings that I experienced? Can you give a little context of how the difference between those? And then my second question is related to the greenhouse gas emissions that you're reducing. Have you looked into potentially selling those as credits on the carbon market and potentially creating a new revenue stream for yourself or the utility? Thank you.
Thanks. The cost one I'll answer in a sort of longer way. We don't have a fixed charge, or we don't envisage having a fixed charge for the amount of water treatment residuals that we recover. And that's a function of a few things. It's a function of the complexity of the water treatment residuals we're recovering. So these chemicals that we're recovering, other functions like the cost of electricity and how much it costs us to neutralize it. To give you a very general figure, from a few of the models that we've done for various water utilities, we're looking at a gross profit margin of about 71%. Specifically for the water utilities, there are 3 legs to the cost savings that I mentioned that I said are up to 30%. Part of that is the actual cost of purchasing the water treatment chemicals as virgin product, plus the cost of transporting the waste that comes from sludge or the coagulation and flocculation phase to landfill, plus the cost associated with the actual disposal at landfill per ton. So if I was to use the UK as an example, over the past 10 to 12 years, the cost of landfill has increased by 1,100%. So not only are we capping the cost of them in future for purchasing these virgin chemicals, we're also capping the cost and reducing the cost of them disposing and transporting the sludge. So those are the two facets that we look at it in, a comparison in terms of our inputs and a comparison in terms of how much we can actually save. So it's a more of an embedded value modeling pricing. Yeah. Then the second question in terms of the carbon credits, interesting, we have given it some thought, but I'll be honest with you, not to the full extent. What we have realized, especially with the carbon border adjustment mechanism and the EU Green Deal coming on board, is that if you look at the way that these raw materials are actually manufactured, so aluminium sulfate, for example, which is heavily reliant on the mining of aluminium, you are looking at a large amount of carbon dioxide emissions from the mining process. Just to give you an idea, 1 ton of aluminium requires about 4 to 14 tons of carbon dioxide emissions to be produced. And that's really a function of the cleanliness or the dirtiness of the energy you provide. So part of our pricing as the EU Green Deal takes place and the CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, is to incorporate into our pricing mechanism what it would cost these water utilities to purchase these products with or having, knowing that there are actually carbon credits and they have to pay for the carbon emissions that are associated with purchasing them. I hope that sort of answers it.
I'm sorry because we're running out of time, so I won't be able to take your question, Danny, but you are on the top of the list for the next one. Molitsani, thanks a lot. And we will move to our fourth pitch with Sotilma. And if I'm right, that's going to be a pretty special pitch because it's going to be a radio pitch. So concentrate on the voice and up we go. You are on scene, Adja Diop. Do I pronounce that one right?
Hi, I'm here.
So correct me on the
me?
way to pronounce your name. We hear you absolutely right. And then you can start pitching.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Adjaminata Sisejo, and I'm from Senegal in West Africa. So I will start my pitch. Let me introduce you to the story of Mamadou, a farmer whose life revolves around an isolated field in the remote Niayes region of Senegal. Every day, he dreams of reuniting with his beloved wife to enjoy the delight of our Chebujan together. However, Mamadou's journey is filled with challenges. His 20-hectare field relies on a heavy and outdated irrigation system that keeps him awake all night. He sometimes lets the water flow unchecked, unaware of the major water-related challenges our planet faces, especially in Africa in the arid Sahel region. The owner of field Samba faces similar dilemmas. Despite managing a successful business in Dakar, he is burdened by the inefficiencies and high cost of water overconsumption. Fortunately, Essentech comes into play, an innovative startup ready to revolutionize agriculture in the Sahel with their groundbreaking solution, Sotilma. Mamadou and the owner of the Samba field can finally bid farewell to their irrigation problems. Sotilma is a water metering system connected to a mobile application that allows farmers to remotely water, manage, and monitor their fields with or without an internet connection. Additionally, it is rechargeable with solar energy. Sotilma is more than just a solution, it's a game changer. Sotilma stands for 4A: automation, autonomy, adaptability, and accessibility. Automation, because with Sotilma, the farmer can open and close the valves from their phone, select the desired amount of water to irrigate without harming the plants, and choose how many times they want to water throughout the day. Autonomy, because the Sotilma meter is wireless and rechargeable with solar energy. Adaptability, because our meters can range from 25,000 to 250,000 liters per hour, and we can control irrigation during rainy periods. And finally, accessibility, because Sotilma works with or without internet, and in some rural areas in Senegal, farmers may not have smartphones. That's why we have developed also Sotilma Connect watches, which have the same functionalities as our application. By harnessing cutting-edge technology, Sotilma optimizes water usage, minimizes waste, and maximizes crop yield. It empowers farmers and entrepreneurs alike to cultivate thriving fields while conserving precious resources. This inefficient water management not only depletes a valuable resource, but also has serious economic and environmental consequences in our country. Our target market include the agricultural, typical and owners, and industrial sectors worldwide, where water management and conservation are crucial. And according to market research future, the market is expected to reach $29 billion by 2025. And to provide our products and services to our target markets, we use the following channels: direct sales, partnership, online platform, and trade shows and events. And using these channels, we aim to efficiently deliver our smart water meter system to our targets, and build strong relationships with customers, thereby ensuring sustainable revenue growth and market expansion. So, ladies and gentlemen, have you ever imagined a world where water no longer existed, a world without agriculture? So let's not kid ourselves. This is a serious time. It is time for each of us to take steps to overcome the water problem by sparing no effort to avoid waste, particularly on the African continent. So, as Mamadou and the Samba Field embark on their journey towards sustainable farming practices, they can rest assured knowing that Sotilma has their back. With Essentec leading the way, the future of agriculture in the Sahel has never looked brighter. Dear members of the jury, let us not forget that the water cycle and the cycle of life are one, because as the Aziz said, we only know the value of water when the well is dry. Sotilma is the solution. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the great pitch. Super well written, impressive. I think, Danny, you were the one supposed to raise a question for the previous team. So if you still have a question for this new team, I would leave you the floor.
Sure, it can be quick and Ajit, very interesting. And salam alaikum and Mangadefa used to live in Senegal, so really happy to hear.
Magnifique.
Very quick, wanted to understand, you mentioned briefly the distribution channels, and wanted to understand a bit more how you were thinking of connecting with farmers, especially in the rural areas, rather than through trade shows or online, but really in rural areas. How were you thinking of also farmer cooperatives or other kind of community-based sales channels?
Oh, I was talking about our sales channels, and I have talking about direct sales or trade shows and event. And for that, we actively participate in trade shows, conferences, and exhibition to showcase our products and connect with potential customers. And these events are an opportunity here in Senegal to network, generate contacts, and stay up to date with industry trends, because they come in this kind of events because we have our ministries, some NGOs that are organized some activities here for agricultures or for farmers, I would like to say. And it's a great opportunity for us to talk with them. And we have also the possibility with our, so how can I say, our startup going there in rural areas to meet farmers, talk with them, and realize what are their problems. And that's from that these interviews that we know their problem, and we have think about our solution. Hope I answer to your question.
I would think so. Alexander, we haven't heard you yet, so I would take you next, and then Ben, you were super early to raise your hand, so you will have your turn as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, and great. Thank you so much for this lovely presentation. I was thinking about, what about the competitors in the market or any other service providers? No, because there's a market with the farmers for sure going forward, but how does the field look like in terms of other solutions? And where's the niche for you? If you could shed light on that. Thank you.
Oh, it is really difficult here in Senegal, and we do not have many competitors, I can say, because they propose some irrigation solutions, for struggling with water overconsumption or something like that. But what we have in particular is our solution is the fact that you can use it without internet connection and the solar energy, because here in Senegal there are many farmers that how can I say, they use a lot of money in electricity, on irrigations, and our solution, with the fact that we don't use internet connection and it is rechargeable with solar energy, it is just better for them, because other startups or other solution that propose the same as don't give them this kind of solution.
Ben, you're next.
Thanks. I really enjoyed listening to that. And for me, what I started to think about is, what are the opportunities actually with the data that you might have behind this, right? So understanding how farmers are irrigating, can you understand, are there savings in water by doing this, and therefore attract more funding into what you're doing, and or help through that kind of gross sharing of information, which helps farmers perform better. And I do really like these sorts of technologies in here, because I fundamentally believe that the agricultural water use side is something we really need to keep leaning into. So yeah, my question is around what else can we do with the data that you're collecting, which might help scale up as your organization gets bigger?
I didn't thank you, but I did not hear your question at the end. What's the question?
Do you believe there's a use for the data that you are collecting to help understand how farmers are irrigating, or in other ways that might help water use?
Oh, really? We think that help a lot, really, because with this kind of data from us also, we can know what is really the problem, control and help them also. But I would like just to say that we have three solutions in Sotilma. We have the simple Sotilma, we have Sotilma Pro, and we have Sotilma Interconnected, in order to let every farmers to choose the one who better fits their needs. And for the Sotilma Pro, for example, what we are trying to do is to use how can I say it? Artificial intelligence, in order to know to let, for example, the farmer know the needs of water of the plants, and that's what we are trying. We are doing great work in order to help, because it's so difficult about here to have data or something like that, and we are working on that. We need this kind of solution here, really, in Senegal.
Okay.
Just because we're running out of time, I'll take the last one, which comes from Lisa. So you see, your pitch was so good that it summoned the head of the jury for the first time. Welcome, Lisa.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent pitch. Very impressive. I have two very quick questions. One is about your customers. You mentioned Mamadou. Tell us, how far along are you in terms of acquiring customers? And second is, I'm interested in your story. How did you get interested in this problem personally?
Oh, thank you for this question. How we do for get customers? I was talking about the fact that here we have some trade shows, and we can also use our online platform, because we would like to maintain an online platform where customers can learn about our product, access support resources, and make purchases. And this is e-commerce channels is convenient and accessible for customers, especially those living in remote areas. And also direct sale, we have a specialized sales team that is in direct contact with potential customers and provides them with product demonstrations, consultations, and customized solutions based on their specific needs. And this allows us to build strong relationships with our customers and ensure a tailored approach. And we collaborate with irrigation equipment manufacturers that are every day work with them, agricultural technology distributors, and strategic partners to expand our reach and leverage their established distribution networks. And these partnerships allow us to access new market and increase the visibility of brand. But the reason that that push us to be interested about this question first is I was doing a research on internet, and I see that FAO says that agriculture use most amount of water in the planet, like 70%. And I say that we like agriculture, we love farmers, but if they use all this kind of waters, they may it can provide some problems, some consequences, some impacts in the ecosystem and in the environment. And that's why we think that we can think about a solution that will help farmers, but also modernize the agriculture here in Senegal, in Africa, in the Sahel regions, but also products and fight against some agricultural or environmental problems as well.
Well, that's a great mission. I'm glad we took some time to have your story. I'm sorry because I have to cut you. We have to move to our next one. But thanks a lot for that great pitch. For the ones which are in the audience and which want to remember the names, because there's also that Public Choice Award. That was Sotilma, and that was our pitch number 4. Let's move to number 5, and it's AquaGridTech. Who is our speaker for AquaGridTech?
We are here.
Awesome. So I'll let you introduce yourself, and the scene is yours.
Okay. I'm Adam Chenbego, and I'm from Burkina Faso. Do you know that in Burkina Faso, the deficit in the domestic supply of fish products is estimated at 80%, and that for many poor families living in rural and peri-urban areas, fish is sometimes the only accessible source of animal protein. In such a context, fish farming has become an alternative to try and fill the gap between fish supply and demand. What's more, fish farming requires large quantity of water. The management of this water is sometimes problematic. In many cases, this water is discharged into the environment. This is an environmental issue, given the scarcity of water resources and the challenges involved in preserving the environment. How can we turn the problem of fish effluent management into an opportunity? Our AquaTech project, whose aim is to integrate aquaculture with market garden production, is designed to meet this challenge by harnessing water used for fish farming to the benefit of tomato cultivation, whose productivity is underrated by water shortages and the degradation of natural resources. More specifically, the aim is to produce African catfish in soilless basins, collect water from these ponds and pass it through biofilters. Pass this water through a drop-by-drop irrigation system for the irrigation of soilless greenhouse tomato cultivation. The entire water management system will be fully automated to ensure the efficient and effective use of this scarce resource. At the end, we will have 8 tons of marketable fish every year to contribute to make up for the shortage of fish products in Burkina Faso, and 120 tons of fresh tomatoes every year to contribute to food diversification in our country. Tomato production in greenhouses will be carried out. Soilless and drop-by-drop irrigation will optimize crop yields, preserve environment, save water, and thus strengthen the resilience of agriculture to climate change. After this first 5 years of our implementation of our project, we plan to conquer the national fresh fish and vegetable market while maintaining sustainable and efficient water management. As part of our project development, we also plan to be autonomous in the production of fish farming inputs. We are requesting for your technical and financial support to help us to realize our project. Water is a vital resource for humanity. We have a duty to preserve it for our own survival and that of future generations. Thank you.
great pitch. I love that you do the pitch at 3, and you did also your video at 3. So we feel the sense of the team with you. And with that, very, very stupid comment, sorry. But someone from the jury, save me. Come with a clever question.
Antoine, I'll save you here. Let me jump in with the question. Congratulations again. Thanks for the presentation. Question on the pilots that you have in place. Could you provide a little bit more color on the specific pilots you have currently going and where you expect to do some pilots in the near future?
We didn't hear too.
Okay.
We didn't. Okay.
I'll repeat again. Apologies if the sound is a little quiet. So the question was, can you provide a bit more specifics around where you are piloting or operating today, and the number of units that you're piloting, and where you expect to start your next round of installations?
Okay. Where you will select at for the next round is our solution will contribute to meet food needs for population, while contribute to water efficient management in Burkina Faso. Because we know in Burkina Faso, fish shortage is estimated at 80%, and fish is the only so accessible and animal protein for many people. And if you choose them, we hope we will have competence and expertise to produce fish and tomato to contribute to the food diversification and to Burkina Faso.
Sorry, I know the struggle. You saw that I struggled as well to find my words. I'm just going to make 40 seconds of French. Moi aussi, des fois, j'ai du mal à trouver mes mots, donc il n'y a vraiment pas de problème. Tout va bien. La question, c'était, est-ce que vous avez déjà des pilotes? Est-ce que vous avez déjà installé des choses? Et est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler d'un de ces projets que vous avez déjà fait?
Ok, je peux répondre en français ou en anglais?
En anglais.
Ah, si ça marche en anglais, sinon je ferai la traduction.
Ok, donc je peux parler en français.
Oui.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Alors, nous avons déjà mis un projet pilote en place, mais pour ce projet pilote, nous avons essayé de produire du poisson dans des bassins et utiliser les effluents issus de ces bassins pour l'irrigation. Mais cette irrigation n'a pas été faite en hors-sol, c'est uniquement en plein champ. Et nous avons pu obtenir de meilleurs rendements parce que l'eau issue des bassins piscicoles est très riche en nutriments. Donc, on s'est dit que si on utilisait cette eau sous des serres et en hors-sol, on pourrait optimiser l'utilisation de cette eau et accroître les rendements de la production agricole. Et aussi, au niveau de la production piscicole, c'est possible, en fait, de dimensionner la quantité des poissons qui sont contenus là-bas afin que l'eau qui sera issue de ces bassins-là puisse réellement convenir aux besoins des plantes sans être trop toxique pour ces plantes-là, en jouant sur la densité des poissons au niveau des bassins piscicoles.
So in short translation, they did a pilot in actual fields, not offsite. So they had high yields with that, and they figured out that it might be interesting to see how that could develop in a further stage. So they did new tests under a greenhouse and in offsite conditions. And there, what they did, they were dimensioning the quantities of the fishes within the basins so that they could optimize between the fishes and the production of crops. So to see what is the best equilibrium between those two. J'espère que j'ai traduit correctement. I would say it's aquaponics. So from the way it's designed, I see you nodding with some comments, Ben. If you wanted to step in and to correct me, happy to.
My question, I think I understand that the concepts here of balancing fish farming aquaculture and using the nutrients in the basin of water to then do either aquaponics on that side or to go into greenhouse. I had a more simple question of why tomatoes? Is that because of the value of the crop of tomatoes, or is there something in particular about tomatoes which makes them easy to grow? And therefore, is it only limited to tomatoes? Are there other crops you could create or water utilizing water from the fish farm?
Pourquoi vous avez choisi des tomates? Et est-ce qu'il y a une raison particulière? Et le cas échéant, est-ce que vous pourriez faire d'autres types de plantes?
Oui, nous avons choisi la tomate parce que au Burkina Faso, la tomate est utilisée dans presque toutes les recettes alimentaires. Et on a constaté qu'à certaines périodes de l'année, il y a un manque de tomates sur le marché, ce qui fait qu'on est obligé d'importer de la tomate. Et aussi avec la politique du gouvernement qui est là, qui est en train d'aller vers la mise en place d'industries de transformation de la tomate, on se dit que c'est un très bon marché, c'est une opportunité à saisir. Mais on peut produire d'autres spéculations en dehors de la tomate. On peut produire du pavon, on peut produire des aubergines, il y a tout ça. Mais la tomate, c'est spécifique parce qu'on veut l'utiliser, on veut produire en grande quantité afin que cela puisse servir pour la transformation au sein des industries.
So, Ben, I feel like your French is good, but for the benefit of everyone, I'm still going to try to translate it. So, tomato is the most used vegetable within the country. It's also linked to the policy of the government who's pushing for tomato. And today, Burkina Faso is importing tomatoes, so they felt like that's part of their mission to solve that misbalance. Maybe one more question, and then we will move to the next team. Carmen, Danny, the first to speak wins. Carmen.
Thank you. No, thank you for that great presentation. I really find it interesting how you bring this water and food nexus. One thing that I wasn't quite sure if I understand correctly. So the end product, the fish and also the crops that you're producing, is that for livelihood at the household level, or are you also thinking about expanding to a local market around perhaps neighborhoods in the area? Maybe if you can explain a little bit that part. And then, sorry, maybe just an add-on question. Is the system at a household level, or is that maybe bringing different farmers together in more of a community approach?
Alors, la première question,
I would need some translation there.
Yeah, I think you're a bit overestimating my capacity to translate, but I'll try my best. La première question, c'était une question sur vos débouchés. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose pour rendre les fermes autosuffisantes, ou est-ce que c'est quelque chose pour développer pour aller dans les marchés et dans les endroits où on vend de la nourriture de manière générale? Et la deuxième question, c'était une question, est-ce que c'est ferme par ferme que vous voyez les choses, ou est-ce que vous voulez faire des coopératives et des entreprises, quelque chose de plus large?
OK. Alors, pour l'écoulement de nos produits, nous envisageons de vendre avec des associations de femmes qui transforment en fait déjà le poisson. Elles le transforment pour le revendre sur les marchés. Donc, nous avons déjà des contacts avec ces femmes, étant donné qu'on a déjà eu à produire du poisson. Donc, on espère que lorsqu'on pourra produire en grande quantité, elles pourront continuer à venir prendre. Et au-delà de ces femmes-là, nous pouvons essayer en fait de transformer le poisson aussi plus tard dans le cadre du développement de notre projet. Pour la tomate, nous comptons vendre directement aux grossistes. Il y a des grossistes qui viendront directement au sein de l'exploitation pour s'approvisionner. Maintenant, la seconde question.
C'était si vous étiez seulement sur les fermes par ferme, ou si vous voulez faire des coopératives au niveau de la production aussi.
OK, merci. Pour la production, je pense que nous allons travailler en coopérative. Nous avons déjà un partenaire local qui est là, qui s'est déjà lancé dans la production piscicole. Il est expérimenté dans l'écoulement des produits piscicoles, mais aussi dans l'écoulement des produits maraîchers. Donc, on compte déjà s'associer avec ces personnes-là pour essayer de mettre en place un projet pilote. Et si ce projet pilote marche, on ira dans d'autres villes du Burkina, essayer de mobiliser d'autres personnes pour essayer d'implanter un autre projet de ce type là-bas.
Thanks. I'll shortly translate. I think Lisa did the translation for the jury, but for the benefit of the audience, they work with associations of women that already work with fish. They work with cooperatives, so not just farms, but they are doing a pilot on a group of farms. And if that works and is efficient, then they want to scale it up further and go to a bigger scale. I'm sorry if I butchered the translation. I'm going to double check. Merci beaucoup. Peut-être que vous pouvez juste rappeler le nom de votre équipe et on va passer à l'équipe suivante.
Agri Aquatech.
Thanks a lot. That was
Merci beaucoup.
Agri Aquatech, and we move to our next pitch. Congratulations, and yeah, as I said, I know it's not easy when it's not your first language. Let's move to Water IQ, which is our next team to pitch.
Tout ça là pour rien. Mais bizarrement, hein, les gens ont commenté. Il y a quelqu'un même qui a dit que nous, on pourrait rejoindre le projet Nexus là.
On vous entend toujours, mais indeed, people commented and reacted to your pitch, so it's a sign that you're hitting a nerve. Do we have someone from Water IQ? If we don't have someone from Water IQ, then I'd propose to go to the next pitch, which is the one from Drew Farm Technology Private Limited. And if someone from Water IQ shows up in between, your spot is reserved and you can come back. Sanket.
Yes, hi.
Hi,
Hello.
Sanket.
Yeah, hi. Shall I start?
Yeah.
So hello everyone. I'm Sanket Kedar, a tech-centric farmer, a small farmer from India and founder of Drew Farm Technology. So in December 2016, I met with an accident and doctor advised me a bed rest for 8 months. In those 8 months, I closely observed my father, who was farmer, for irrigation, for the decisions he was making at the farm level. While I was on bed rest, I noticed that most of the decisions were generic ones for irrigation, fertigation, pesticide application, because it was suggested by some other person to him or the fertilizer shopkeepers. And when I got recovered, to understand this pain point more deeply, after I get recovered from my injury, I traveled across the state in India to know their pain points. And while I was on traveling, I interviewed more than 600 farmers, small farmers, progressive farmers, crop scientists, agriculture experts around the country. And from their interviews, I came to know that there are major 4 problems that farmers are currently facing. First is farmers are looking above the soil, not below the soil. Second is they lack the second thing is scientific knowledge is not available in local languages. Third is they applying traditional methodologies generation after generation. And last one is farm level data is not available at farmers' hand at an effective or affordable cost. So to overcome this problem for millions of farmers of India and the world, we have developed Farm Finder. You're looking just behind me, the actual device. Our Farm Finder has an IoT device with climatic canopy and soil sensor, which is placed on the field, which gathers the data in every 10 minutes from the farm, like climatic canopy and soil data like moisture level data. Then this data is sent to cloud platform, where our machine learning algorithm analyzes the data and provide call to action to the farmer in his local language. We are converting data into local language while giving to farmer, because most of the farmer are not literate, so they don't know how to work with the data. So we are converting that data and providing directly call to action to the farmer in their local language. Because my father was illiterate, he was just studied till 9th. So after that, till now, we have worked with more than 70 farmers, cover more than 450 acres of land in Maharashtra, one of the states in India. So till now, we have cumulatively increased income of our farmers are more than $30,000. We have reduced the pumping hours by 40,000 hours in last 2 seasons. We have saved more than 320 million liters of water. We have reduced the electricity consumption by 120,000 kilowatt hours, and we have reduced the CO2 emission by 160 tons in last 2 years. So I would like your support to move ahead with my startup. So thank you.
Awesome pitch. I'm not part of the jury, so I can say that. When I saw your pitch on YouTube, I thought, finally, someone is using AI in a way I understand and which sounds super clever. Like not complex stuff which is out of this world. Like simply, we have these tools which enable everybody to understand things in their native language. Let's use it that way. So I found that awesome. But again, I'm just the one to pass the microphone on. And while I was ranting, I guess someone from the jury has prepared a question. Lisa, do you want to go first? I'm throwing you under the bus. Sorry about that.
You definitely threw me under the bus. Thank you. That was excellent. I love hearing your personal story, how you got started. So tell us about your growth. What have been some of the challenges to your growth? How far along are you with the company, and kind of what are your future growth plans?
Okay, so we started in 2017 when I got recovered from injury. 2017 was the year, was a like interview year, I call it. I was talking to people, analyzing the data, and actual first pilot deployed in 2018. Then I invite all the farmers across the district to visit my farm and show them this is the usefulness of this technology. Then actual work started, then got some funding in 2019, and first pilot deployed in 2021 during COVID. During COVID, we started with a single pilot. Then till now, we have reached 70 farmers. This is not single penny spent on the marketing. This is just positive word of mouth. So till now, we have reached 70 farmers in Maharashtra state. And what was another point I missed?
What's your future growth plan? Like, what are your ambitions over the next few years?
Okay, so my plan is to make this company, I want to focus on like data. Data will be the key factor to take our farmers ahead in the competition or in this current scenario, so the water scarcity and the weather thing. So I want focus on my main focus will be on the data thing. So anyone can build a hardware will using our platform. So hardware can be built by anyone, but the data and the algorithm will be ours. So that will be provided much more intelligence at vast level. So in next 5 years, my plan is to go global actually. But in next 2 years, my target is to stick with the India only.
We have many questions you've raised from the jury. So the next one is Alexander.
Great, thank you so much. I have tons of questions for you on that great case. Just a little bit on the technical side and then for the business. First question, you mentioned that below the soil is a major factor for agriculture, which is completely fine. The station that I'm seeing behind you looks a bit upward oriented. Is there also, what kind of data points are you all gathering in the fields? That would be my first question. So I would be interested because now how much are they aligned with the major pain points? And on the business side, I was wondering, depending on the farm sizes and the income levels, Indian farmers often don't have too much of a space to invest, no? So who is paying for those services and how much?
Okay, so to answer your second question first, actually, we are working with the NBFC to provide some loans to the farmer so they can easily purchase. Second is device on rent thing is there. And third is if a farmer has the capacity to purchase, then they can purchase. Its cost is around $200. So three things are there. And to answer your first question, we collect the data like air temperature, humidity, sunlight intensity, wind speed, wind direction. Then the rain gauge is also there. For the soil part, we mostly we have soil moisture levels depend on the crop type because every crop type have a different root zone. So based on the root zone, grape crop root zone goes beyond 3 feet down the ground. So there are, and for tomato, they're up to 2 feet. So based on that, we apply soil moisture sensor on that thing. So to give precise irrigation. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Austin, you're next.
Great. Okay. Thank you. This was really interesting. And Alexander asked one of my questions, so that's perfect. But I want to ask about the cultural barrier to adoption and how you're overcoming this. What I heard you say was your first introduction to this was really bringing other farmers to your farm, showing them very hands-on. Is that how do you expand as you start to scale up? How will you be able to get over that cultural barrier of adopting this technology without maybe being able to bring everyone to your farm?
If I want to tell you the truth, actually, for the first pilot, my father was actually not ready. He was so reluctant to the technology. He was saying, what are you building? And we are doing farming from the generation after generation. Because farmer want to see what actual happens on the ground. They don't want they don't want information about your sensor, which algorithm you are using. They don't care actually. They just want what benefits that your system is bringing to us. When I have done first pilot, then I showed them the book that I have written, that how much water I have saved. I have invited crop scientists who have validated the thing, because farmer will listen only to the expert. So we have all the members was there, and they explained this will benefit this. So how much water we have saved, because water is free. So farmer don't want, in India, most of the time water is free. So they don't want to save the water actually. They want utility. So we have told them what is the negative side of water. Overuse of water leads to damage the root zone. So we have showed them all the things that what overuse can kill their productivity. So after showing them, then the farmers were okay, let's try on our field also. This is how we have.
Thank you.
I'll take one last question from Ben. Just what you said just made me think that, it's this, and I'm going to say something which is even more stupid than me. So take it from where it comes, but it's this advice you hear in startups: scratch your own itches. And you were not scratching your own itches, you were scratching the itches of your father, but somewhat your own itches still, which is usually a very, very good segue and a good path to scale, because you can just crash test a bit faster. And now to the clever question, Ben, your turn.
I quite like that. So scratching the hereditary itch. Is there something in this here? Someone should pass down the family line. I don't know, but so I love where you come from this, and thank you for the pitch. I was trying to think about, Austin asked a similar question that I was going down, was around who farmers are very hard to convince and to do anything different from how they're doing. They want to see that value, but actually what we want to see from this is actually the societal and environmental benefits overall. Like you said, water is free. In your kind of bigger picture from this, how does this scale up to help solve some of India's wider environmental challenges on this? And is there a market to take this from sort of the small scale farmers, which are aggregated and doing the right things to help support the environment overall?
So to scale up fast in terms of in terms of environment, we will need support from organizations like World Bank as well as government. We cannot do on our own. So we are expanding at our pace, but to expand at large scale, we need support from you as well. So to summarize, actually, actually we can expand faster with some more innovation, but we will need support from government side as well as some big player coming to support us to move ahead this project for the major community.
Okay. In the right platform.
Is that clear? Actually, I'm not able.
So I like that. That's one part of it. I know we'll run out of time, but it's really about how also do we get farmers to do, because of the benefits they are creating aren't necessarily good just for them. They're good for the whole of the country. It's how to make that sort of rise up alongside this, because the water is free, but it's not free, because if we pollute water, use too much, it's not free for the country. So how do we get those small actions together to build up using technology like this?
Yeah, that's why I was told that we are telling farmer what is the downside of overusing water. You are damaging your crop. So that's why farmer understood that over is not a good thing. So that's how we told them, because if farmer uses more fertilizer will leach to the groundwater. Then this groundwater will be they are drinking. We have told them, every time we go to the field, we telling them that this is the downside of overuse of fertilizer or water when you are using this much of water than necessary.
I guess you're touching on something which, if you get into the accelerator, will be probably a big part of what you have to further actionate and how you can play on those levers, because probably there's a governmental topic into all of that, and there's also a bigger scheme which then can help you to help them actually. So it's a virtuous cycle, but you have to find a way to start it rolling. Again, I'm not the jury. Just my thanks a lot for the super great pitch. It was super interesting. And I will have to switch to the next team, which is AceGate's water solution. And for the ones which are still voting for the People Choice Award, if you don't have the link, it's all normal. We're waiting for the last team to be on scene to show you the link. But remember the name that was Sankit from, I'm now a bit lost, Drew from Technology. And now, sorry, Ola Jacobs, tell me,
yeah,
introduce yourself, and then the scene is yours.
Oh, beautiful. Hello, everyone. I'm Ola Jacobs Ikimoroti, the founder CEO of AceGate Limited. In this case, AceGate Water Solutions. So, start my pitch. In 2018, the Nigerian water sanitation and hygiene sector was declared to be at a state of emergency due to inadequate access to water and poor management practices. The World Bank estimates that 70 million Nigerians lack access to safe and drinking water, and 114 million lack access to basic sanitation and facilities. Sadly, 117 children die in Nigeria yearly due to water-related issues. This is a very high number. The government of Nigeria constantly tries to tackle this problem by constructing over 20,000 water points at several areas in the country, majorly rural areas, and about over 6,000 water sanitation facilities scattered around the country. But sadly, this hasn't still solved this problem. The problem, which in my own case are in two parts. The first half of the problem is the poor sourcing and filtration of water. And the second half of that problem is the inadequate distribution, one, and management of these water resources. This is where AceGate Water Solutions comes in. With our dynamic business model of infrastructure to service, infrastructure as a service, and metering as a service, two business models. We provide our subscribers with an adequate water infrastructure in partnership with the federal government, of course, and a metering service through our smart water meters and IoT database. The ideal model, our business model, works by firstly, constructing a water source and filtration point for communities or development, depending on the scale, in partnership with the federal government. I keep mentioning the federal government because I believe that this PPP structure arrangement helps to subsidize the cost of construction of these infrastructures, which then in turn helps mitigate or makes the cost of buying these structures by our subscribers more affordable, or in another term, a subsidized price. That's the first half of the solution. Then moving into the distribution and management aspect of it. This is where our smart water meters come into play. With our smart water meters and the efficient IoT system we've built around it, it collects the data, analyzes this data, and stores it for use and for future forecast, basically, to be able to manage and structure how water should be generated, to what area it should be used, and how well to utilize this water. Our subscribers can gain access or purchase the water through our mobile application or through our local network providers here in Nigeria, or depending on the country that is being implemented. And through these two platforms, the subscribers can track the supply of the water and also the usage of their water per time. So as an individual, it teaches you, or in other words, it helps you and improves your personal management culture, which is something that here in Nigeria is really lacking. There's a large scale of wasteful culture in Nigeria, and that is one of the problems we are also trying to solve with these because for a structural or functional city to run, there needs to be adequate management of every resource. This data that we collect in its whole entirety is analyzed and used to improve water use and for future projections, either to the federal government, facility managers, or private sector, depending on where the information is needed. Acegate Water Solution believes that it is a fundamental human right for every individual, both great and small, to have access to clean, drinkable water. Join the team at Acegate as we embark on this journey to ensuring water sanitation and hygiene for all. Thank you.
When you say John, I was going to raise you another good question, and we have good questions from the jury. So let's bring good question from the jury. Ben, you go first.
Thank you for your pitch. I really enjoyed hearing a bit more nuance directly from Nigeria on this. Mine goes to, my question goes to, who funds this setup on this side? Are you an organization who's going to attract funding to set up a water treatment and new network? Or how else is that, how is that model going to get set up, knowing that's relatively CapEx heavy to go in the first instance?
Yeah, exactly. So that's a very good question, because if we look at it in terms of infrastructure, that is highly capital intensive. So if a large extent of that capital is raised, right? And that is also one of the reasons why we are partnering with the federal government, because for a development like this to thrive, the government, in my own opinion, needs to be involved. And I mean, for any city or country to thrive, the government needs to take some level of responsibility. That's where the private and the public sector come together to make something beautiful. So in the aspect of the raising of the fund, yes, there's the fundraising aspect from the business model. And then there's also the partnership with the government, which in its own way helps subsidize, because we've been in touch, or we've been conversing with local government representatives in different states in Nigeria, and it's something that the government seeks to implement. So we are coming as that body through which this implementation can take place. So that is why with the government as a partner and general fundraising, it helps us to mitigate the cost of this construction, which then makes it cheaper for our subscribers to key into it. So it's a fundraising and a public-private partnership arrangement. Yeah.
I think when you mentioned PPP, I would have expected it to summon Danny, but maybe he will come later. The next question is from Shelley.
Thanks again for a great pitch. I really enjoyed hearing your story and the problem that you're solving. I have two questions for you. And that is, if you're able to share a few very specific examples about, some of your early successes and pilot programs with, local or, state or federal governments. And then the second question is really about, given the way that there's always having to overcome potential regulatory or, like infrastructure challenges, what are there certain messages, are there certain ideas that seem to be resonating with government officials and decision makers that they really connect with your idea to help accelerate adoption?
Beautiful. I think I can answer those two questions together. So firstly, in terms of piloting and implementation, we are currently conversing, because I'm also an architect by profession. I'm into real estate development, affordable housing, and the rest. So the way I actually implement these things is to introduce this business model into a typical real estate development program, right? Where you have, say, development of 100 units, 200 units, and we implement this into the financials of that project, where the cost for these smart water meters, the IoT system, is being factored into the financial appraisal of the initial real estate project, which then makes it very easy. And because I don't want to move too much to the real estate part, let me stay on your question. So in terms of implementation, we are partnering with at least 2 real estate companies currently in MENA. Nigeria, where they have, and those companies partner with the government. So that's what makes it interesting, because the government is also involved in those developments. So we partner with them. We are making it's a green development, right? So there's the sustainability aspect of it from the buildings, and then there's the sustainability aspect of it from the the utilities and facilities around the estate. So that is where we come in. So we are currently, those projects they are going to kick off by October and August of this year. There are 2 projects currently in MENA. The first one is about 400 units, and the second is about 120 units. So we plan to use that to pilot the project in terms of that. Then in terms of the government inclusiveness into the whole thing, so many countries, or many states, in Nigeria don't really operate on this general water supply system. You know, the typical scenario you find in Nigeria is each individual has their own borehole system at the back of their houses, which is not really efficient. So, but in a few states where they practice these things, say for example, Abuja, some districts in Abuja actually have functioning water boards where that whole district is being supplied water by the federal government, or in this case, the local government in that area. Yes, so in terms of implementing that from that aspect, we are partnering with these local governments because we're starting from the base case. We're not trying to get into one big, you start from the bottom and then go up. From the real people that need these solutions, we're giving it to them. So in the case of they needing to have to go all the way, for example, to the water board office to pay for their utility bills, they can just do that from the application or through a code on their phone. Exactly. And because we also bring in that infrastructure and the structural aspect of it, we even find better ways of sourcing this water, of filtering it, and making it possible that people can actually drink table water from their taps in their homes. So that's the whole idea behind it.
Thanks for that detailed explanation. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Great explanation. I think it just ate a bit of your time, so we will have to come to a close for your pitch. But thanks a lot for everything you shared and how you interacted with the jury. That was super interesting. And I propose you to switch to Water IQ, who was supposed to be our team number 6, but I think meanwhile they entered the room. So we have now Water IQ on scene. And who will be our speaker?
Hello.
Hi, Mustika. I pronounced that one right?
Yeah, perfect.
Well, Mustika, the scene is yours.
All right, so I'll just start. Hello, my name is Mustika Wijaya, founder and executive director at Solar Chapter, and I'm from Indonesia. In the eastern part of Indonesia, I met a girl who had to stop going to school during her 2nd grade because her mother was sick. Her father left the family. So in order for her sister to go to school, she walked 5 hours a day to fulfill her water need. We believe that water should not be passed down. We believe that walking down hours for water should not be passed down from generation to generation. Since 2017, we have implemented community-led solar-powered pump system, impacting more than 20,000 villagers. However, we've seen a big systematic problem here. 80% of the pump built by the government and others abandoned after 1 or 2 years of implementation. And the villagers, unfortunately, have to go back walking again for water. This is due to lack of accountability and also monitoring effort. What if we can change that? And this is where Solar Chapter come in with Water IQ solution. Water IQ is a remote monitoring platform that utilizes Internet of Things technology, enabling us to monitor our water flow, water level anywhere in the world. This capability not only allows us to do data-driven decision-making and analytics, but also ensures preventive maintenance, leading to more efficient water distribution and also sustainable water system. Our target market includes water developers in remote areas, such as government and NGOs. And for example, one of the largest rural water projects, Pump Simas in Indonesia, built 27,000 water system, right? So how do they manage it? And I think Water IQ will help them to monitor these projects efficiently and effectively. We also plan to expand our customer base to include private companies helping them to manage their water resources while subsidizing the rural implementation. We operate on a monthly subscription model, which ensures ongoing support and services to our users. With Water IQ, we don't just implement solutions, we ensure that water flows to generations to come. Join us in revolutioning water management and making sustainable impact across the globe. Thank you.
Ensuring that water flows from generation to come, that's super nice. And I have to say, it sounds like something I heard a while ago from Dennis when we discussed, I think some years ago on the podcast. So I'm thinking of you as the first judge I want to call out here.
Thanks, Antoine. Yeah, I haven't got any formal questions for you, but I'm very curious to know, how we foster this partnership in community that you're talking about, that locally we train the community to understand their water resources and stuff like that. So I also just wanted more clarity on, are you providing like a solar treated or solar powered plant, as in the treatment plant, or are you just harvesting water from groundwater? What is the system that you're actually implementing in these rural communities?
So what we've implemented is a solar powered pump system, and then we're taking it from surface water instead of groundwater, right? So
Okay.
it's from the river or water resources, and but that's our other projects, right?
Okay.
So the one that we pitch here is the management system using the Water IQ technologies, right? So I believe this technology can help the government and other water builders to effectively manage their water system. Because I think if Solar Chapter builds solar powered pump, it's only like 5, 6 every year. But imagine if we can manage like 10,000, we ensure like water for the 10,000 villages.
Okay, so it is in a rural context that you're providing almost like a micro network or infrastructure. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Danny, you go first. You can second, actually. Sorry.
Thanks, Mustika. Very interesting, and I really resonated the whole issue of build and then dilapidate. You're back to square one without maintenance.
Right.
How do you think of generating required cash flow that ensures that there's money there to keep investing in maintaining the network? And I'm thinking of other companies like City Taps. I don't know if you've come across them in Africa that have really leveraged rural water and smart payments and pay-as-you-go systems to ensure that then there's always cash available to focus on the maintenance of the cycle. So just wanted to hear from you on that point.
So for the maintenance and all of the, the community pay a monthly payment of like $1 to $2 for the maintenance of the system. But I think the one that have to pay for this Water IQ system is the builders, the governments, and all those NGOs and developers who built this pump to ensure that, the pump is keep running, right? Because like, okay, so the villagers pay like $1 or $2 for the maintenance system, but, if they don't know how to maintain it, it's, the $1 or $2 is actually not gonna be beneficial. Yes.
I'll put in just a follow-up in the chat the name of this other company that has really looked at a pay-as-you-go system, just as an idea to consider, that allows you through e-money to do also the collection of the cash to help it, because that actually otherwise takes a lot of energy and there's lots of risk involved in collecting from all the villagers. So just something to think about, and I can put it in the chat.
Yep. Thank you so much for the insight. But for the $1 or $2 monthly community payment, it's also managed by the community, so we don't take the money at all. But for the monthly subscription fee is for the government. They should pay like a monthly fee to actually monitor the pump, right? To understand like if the pump has predictive maintenance or if to understand the water distribution in the communities. Because I believe that, we build this, but we never know like what happened to this, right? Not even to monitor, right? How to actually distribute the water efficiently, right? We never know if we don't have the data. So I believe that this data can help government to build a better water management system in the future, to assist the community to build. But I think for the city tab, we don't really take the money from, pay as you go, because all the money was back to the community to build and maintain the system.
Mustika, I have to say, I'm super impressed by the way you're dealing with the questions and the way you are really, really addressing all of that. And I was just so curious that I looked you up. What is an Obama Scholar?
So yeah, I was selected as one of the Obama Scholar. It's a fellowship at Columbia University. And then I was there to do like leadership trainings for like 8 months as an Obama Scholar, yeah.
I guess you were probably very talented to start with, but it clearly worked. So help us help them. I mean, part of it is to invest and to believe in people. And again, I'm not part of the jury, but I would believe in you as a people to help you help them. So awesome presentation. Thanks a lot. That was our team number 6. I'm super glad that we could have
Thank
you.
you so much, Anton. Yeah, I think I have one more issue to address, right? If I have time for this, because like sometimes, for example, the government built the system, but then they blame the community that the water systems got stolen and stuff like that. In reality, the water pump is not working, but no one really knows. And we just want to address that to make sure that people that build take that into accountability, right, of what they're building. So the KPI, the key performance indicator, is not like how many system that you build, but how many water pump per day, right? So I think we want to change that mindset, because if Solar Chapter only build, we can only build like 5, 6 every single year, right? But if we can, engage other stakeholders that building it, I think that will be powerful.
Ben, we're running out of time, but I have to give you 30 seconds.
Only that it really triggered in my mind then. Is there a way, have you thought about how this can make this all very visible for the country? So would this ever be a public database which is sort of showing what is happening in each region? Because that helps attract attention to the different villages or where they are.
If I can show you, so this is what it looks like, the dashboard that everyone can see. So everyone can see, even not the government, to make them like more accountable to what they produce and what they build, right? So this is our water IQ. We have built like 4 and we have 6 in the next pipeline. So yeah, it's basically a bit sneak peek.
Making the invisible visible. I think that's a really important part of this. I really like that.
Ben, I'm so glad you raised this question, because that was interesting to see also how the platform looked like. So thanks a lot for that.
I should have done that in the beginning. Sorry. Thank you.
The best for the end. That's good. Good storytelling. And that being said, let's go to actually the best for the end, the last team for today. And the best is now my transition. I'm not giving any judgments. Again, I'm not the jury. Our last team for today is hydro efficient coating. Today in this session, stay with us. We have another session with 10 more companies just after that. But in this session, our last speaker is coming from hydro efficient coating. And while you're stepping on scene, I will let you introduce yourself. Do we have someone from hydro efficient coating?
Yes, please, can you help me a little?
Absolutely.
Time, please. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I had some problems with the audio. Shall we start?
Yep. Please, the scene is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Domenica, and I want you to think about every time you turn on the tap and you're sure you will get clean water. This is not a reality for everyone. We know that according to UNICEF, almost 2/3 of the world population experience severe water scarcity for at least 1 month of the year. And in Ecuador, my home country, annual water risk is high to extremely high in most of the continental Ecuador and all of the Galapagos Island. We know water is essential for life. It plays a role in sustaining the community, economies, and society. So we think it's the moment to give a solution to this problem. And we're WaterWhy. We want to change this. So there is these devices that allow us to extract clean water from the humidity of the air. These are called water condensers. However, historically, these devices have been characterized for their inefficiency. We go one further step. We created with nanotechnology a new material, and we have filed a patent for this. This nanomaterial can be easily applied to these devices using a spray. This innovation allows us to double the collection of water. In this way, we can collect more water with less energy. So we're proposing a solution that compared with other water sources is efficient, cheaper, eco-friendly, and produces clean water. Another potential application of this material is the desalination plants. Like this industry requires a lot of energy to convert the water in the air to liquid water in their processes. There are more than 18,000 desalination plants in the world and more than 30 in Latin America. But how do we get this material? So in Ecuador, the rice industry produces 12 million tons of residue, the rice husk. This residue can be used to make the nanomaterial. So in order to do this, we have gathered a group of scientists and innovators. We are experts in physics, mathematics, business, and marketing. Our idea is to use an initial budget of $40,000 to apply a pilot plan in the Galapagos Islands. This place is perfect in terms of humidity and temperature conditions. This first step would enable us to build a sustainable solution that will have more impact in not just one sector, but different environmental issues. We expect to help the community in a short-term impact, but we also expect to have a long-term impact across the rest of Ecuador and the region. We address several sustainable development goals, including clean water, sanitation, climate action, and clean energy. We have built several prototypes. We're working to improve them. We have positioned ourselves in national press and newspapers, and we work with several partners in private companies and local governments. No other solution makes sense if we don't guarantee the access to water first. So I want you to help us to change the world one drop at a time.
That's a great pitch. Maybe we can, to answer a question, bring Carlos on stage as well. I guess if you hear the two of them, let us benefit from the two of you. And I'll start with Dennis.
Yeah, this is my realm. Yeah, I'm very excited about seeing, I'd say, the advancement in the technology. It's been an area of the industry that's been very stagnant, that has the most potential for impact. I just am curious about this amazing technology you've patented from the rice husks, which are fundamentally a nature-based technology. Is this application applicable to existing plants, or, in other words, is it a spray on a condenser that you can apply to existing technology and heighten the efficiency of air water generations? Is that where we're leaning into?
That's exactly correct. Basically, we build this nanomaterial as a way that we can apply it as a spray from current technologies. So over the metal surface that these technologies usually use, not only condensers, but also desalination plants, they have to condense water. So the idea is to improve the current technologies to make them actually efficient, because there exist a lot of these machines, and you can think about why then they're not all over the planet and used in every country if they are this great. And the reason is that if we need them to work, we need a lot of energy compared to the water they produce. So that's why we have created this material to improve that process. And now we are able to be efficient, and we are able to actually use this energy in an efficient way to produce a lot of water.
You're absolutely right. It has been the lack of energy efficiency in the technology that has limited it from being readily adopted. It is, I think, the forerunner in what I think future technology in water is going to look like. The other question I had is, how has the performance worked with the energy reduction? What kind of energy reduction have we got from the control? And also the percentage of water increase in production. Can you give us some relativity of the amounts in there?
Yes, I can give you an example. So we have worked first when we were developing the material in ideal conditions, which means that we can control all the humidity and temperature conditions. The material showed that we can increase the amount of water obtained with the same energy we use in all the experiments 6 times, which is a lot for the current technology. And then we did several experiments and projections for real environmental conditions, and we have determined we can double the production of water. So the idea is not to focus in, oh, let's reduce the amount of energy use. It's more about like, if we use this amount of energy, now we are efficient and we're able to produce the required amount of water. So to put an example, if we work with a condenser, like one of the current condensers in the market, one of them of 1 meter square, because it depends on the size of the machine. But let's put this example, 1 meter cube machine, then we are able to produce 20 liters of water in 1 day. So we can be able to double this amount using the same amount of energy, or we can keep the 20 liters if we don't need that much energy and reduce the amount of energy spent to obtain the same 20 liters.
Very interesting technology. I'll definitely be keeping an eye out there and seeing what you guys are doing. Have you spoken to any of the other guys working in air water generation? Are you aware of like the Genesis Systems guys? You're also working in enhancing materials to generate or absorb more water content, or more water from the atmosphere? Are you aware of some of the other companies working on this technology?
Yes, we have tried to talk, especially with the ones regional. For instance, in Latin America, there are some people working in Peru in these machines, and they have the same problem. They need a lot of energy to produce a certain amount of water. There is also one company that is trying to import these machines in Ecuador itself. He also has the same problem. So we have been talking with all these people and try to convert them in our partners. So they are ready to like talk with us once we have implemented this like in the pilot plan. We are also talking with, for instance, the desalination plants in the country, because we think we can also help them to reduce their costs, their energetic costs. We have been talking also with the local governments. So in Ecuador, at least, each city, it has its own local government, and they are very interested also in trying to apply the technology in their communities, especially because not every place in Ecuador has the infrastructure to transport water. And this is a huge problem, because then transport the water becomes much more expensive than the water itself. So once you have one of these machines, you are basically getting rid of all this cost of transportation. And that's why we are also planning to apply this in Galapagos Island, because it's so expensive right now to transport the water by plane. That is what the government is doing right now. So if you have a plant there that can do this process without the need of transportation, it's going to improve not only the quality of life of the people, but also the money that the government is expending right now in transportation.
Lovely, wonderful technology. Keep going.
I'm sorry to stop you here, because I could sit back and listen to you to just raising questions. It's super interesting. Actually, I love that dialogue. We have one more question from Carmen, and then we'll have to close.
Yeah, can you hear me? I just want to check if you
Yes,
can.
yes.
Okay, no, thank you, Domenic and Carlos. This was really impressive and a great presentation. So basically, I have 2 questions. On the energy side, I was wondering if you have also explored with solar power plants. We actually just heard a pitch about solar power using water pumps. I wonder if that's a technology that could also be applied for the water condensers. And the second question is on the pilot in Galapagos. If I understand correctly, you're moving from prototype to a pilot project. So that seems like a really important jump. So if you can talk a little bit more about this pilot, is that something that is ongoing now? Is that something that you're planning? And also, is this more of the company effort, or you have a client that is financing this pilot work? Thank you, and great job, again.
Thank you. Yes, to answer one of the questions, we can start with the Galapagos part first. Yes, we have a talk with the major in Galapagos. He's extremely interested in applying the project. We have also talked with several farmers in the island, which they said water is their main need, like that's their main problem right now. So we are in the process of trying to raise funding for this. We want to raise the funding, the necessary funding to apply this. And that's like the stage we're working right now. Sorry, what was the first question again?
About using solar panels.
Oh, that's a great question because Ecuador is the perfect place to use solar panels. We are basically perpendicular to the UV light, so the efficiency of the solar panels is great in Ecuador. So our idea is to prioritize the use of solar panels for powering these condensers. So these condensers, they can be adapted to use the solar panels, and that will be our priority as a company to prioritize the source of energy of the solar panels, especially because, as we said, the idea is to be able to put this in places where it is difficult to access. So actually, these are the places that also they don't have good infrastructure for energy. So it's the perfect place to also apply the solar panels. And we have been talking with some private companies in Ecuador that are extremely interested in donating several of them to also apply it to the project.
I'm sorry because we're running out of time, but if I can give you just my 2 cents, there is a company which has solar panels and which has technologies which go in the same direction than you, and they are the company who raised the most money of the water sector 2 years in a row. So if you're in a fundraising time, if you have those stars to be aligned, you're basically an investor's darling. So I think you're onto something super interesting. Again, my uneducated comment, I'm not part of the jury. I'm not saying anything beyond me waving heads.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the great pitch. And that, I think, closes our first pitch session for today. We are super late and I'm super guilty, so I'm sorry for that. If you're watching us right now, the votings are open for the People's Choice Award. Given the time frame, I think we will not have enough time to just stay here on stage to wait to give the winner of that first session. So again, I'm standing my point. Take your time, vote. I will let the votings open for another 30 minutes. So go on to pick your 3 favorite teams. And once you're done with that, I will look at the rankings and I will invite the winner on my podcast. So you will have the opportunity to tell to everyone how happy you are about winning the People's Choice Award, and then also to go into a bit more depth of your pitch. And if you're in fundraising phase, that's often a good timing to be exposed to my typical audience. Again, I'm not Mr. Beast. You won't get 200 million views, but I think it's still interesting. To close that session, I just propose to take back all the judges on scene. First, to thank you for having been with us and to have supported our pitches and all the entrepreneurs who presented today. And second, to answer a very, very simple question, which is, if you had to summarize what you've seen over the past 2 hours in one word, what's that word? And I'm going to start with no one else than the director of the jury. So Lisa, you're first, and also you're the one, you were a bit prepared. You've seen me doing that yesterday, so I'm not taking you so much off guard.
Outstanding. Wow. This was an incredible, incredible panel. We have a tough choice here. Congratulations to all the teams. And thank you, Antoine.
So Lisa, your word is outstanding. So I'll take you just in the order. I see you in the Zoom, so I'm sorry if you come first, but then Dennis, you're second.
Inspirational, amazing presentations, love interesting technology coming forward. Inspiring.
Inspiring. I'm taking inspirational and inspiring. Let's take the two. Carmen.
I would say passion. I think I saw a lot of passion from all the speakers. That was really nice to see in all the presentations.
So yesterday we had passionate, now we have passion. So I think we are onto a sort of pattern here. Who's next? I don't see new faces. Zoom doesn't help me on that one, so I'm just going to call out Austin.
Yeah, I would say diverse, just the really interesting, diverse set of technologies that were presented.
So outstanding, inspirational, passion, diverse. Ben, what's yours?
Curiosity. It got me really thinking here about how the applications of these really scale up and some of the things that we need to do around that.
Curiosity. Danny?
I was going to go with inspiring, but Denise has stole the fire, so I'll go with impactful. They're inspiring because they can be really impactful if leveraged at scale. So love it.
Alexander?
Well, now I was supposed to say impactful. That's how it goes. No, we're crazy interesting across the board. Really good. Thank you.
We had advocates yesterday for putting hyphens, so I'm going to hyphenate your word and say crazy interesting. That works. And who am I forgetting? Shelley.
I mean, again, great words, used so far. Maybe optimistic and hopeful, like some really amazing technologies and ideas to answer some of our biggest, global questions in the water space. So congratulations to everyone.
So our 8 words for this session will be outstanding, inspirational, passion, diverse, curiosity, impactful, crazy interesting, and optimistic. I think if you've missed the session, you've truly missed something, but now you know what you've missed. So you can rewind and watch the 2 hours and you're going to understand why our judges picked those words. So we will be continuing that session back to back with another session. Maybe just let's take the opportunity to thank all the judges, all the ones which will not be with us in the next session. I think you will have a bit of time to give your rankings and your notes, and maybe you'll see these entrepreneurs again because you'll be their mentors for the acceleration program. So thanks a lot to everybody that pitched. Thanks a lot for the jury, for all the ones in the attendance. Take a small breath. I'm going to keep talking just in order to not have a wide silence, which might push everyone and nudge everyone to go out. But we will be continuing with the 10 next pitches in just some minutes. In the meantime, thanks a lot, and see you in the Accelerator program. Great. So let me do something fancy. Here we go. Look at that. I can do some fancy stuff and change my camera angle. That's incredible. So we are starting a new session slightly late. So if you really came for the second session, I'm really sorry because we are starting 6 minutes late. Nevertheless, I'm going to try to catch everyone and just recap a bit the rules of what we're doing today so that we can start with the next pitch with everyone in the know. So we are here for the 4th and last session of the World Bank Youth Innovation Challenge. So we will be seeing 10 more pitches from 10 more companies. But long before we had 40 companies pitching today, that process started at COP28 when the World Bank launched that initiative in order to find 20 companies to accelerate within an accelerator program, which starts just after the series of pitches and will last until October. When they kicked off the program, 1,600 teams registered from 95 countries. At the next stage, 300 teams applied from 63 countries. And out of these 300 teams, the judges and the program leaders, one of which is Lisa, which is in the jury with us today, selected 40 finalists. So the 40 finalists are the team we see pitching starting yesterday and continuing today. We've seen 30 pitches, and now we have 10 more and the 10 last ones. It's often said that the best comes at the end, so we'll see if that's true. Anyways, I'm sure we'll have amazing pitches. And with that introduction, let me give you a bit of the rules. All the entrepreneurs will come on stage. They have 3 minutes to present and pitch their company, and then they have 7 more minutes to interact with the judges. So the judges will have questions, to our new judges, the way for you to ensure that I don't pass on you, just raise your hand in the chat and I will see that and I will bring you on stage. We won't have the opportunity to see all the judges in every single session, so in every single pitch, but you'll get 3-4 questions from each of the from the jury members. So interact with them, then have to harshly stop and be super impolite, and we move to the next one. At the very end of the session, there will be a voice from the audience. So you in the audience can also select your People Choice Award. You will see a link to go and vote. The link which you see now is the one from the previous session, so don't vote there if you haven't seen the pitches. Wait for the end of this session to vote for the People's Choice Award. That's a lot of information to digest in just 2 minutes, so I might repeat myself and come back with a bit more information as we go. The first team which will kick us off in this new session is going to be WaterWise. So while WaterWise is coming on scene, let me welcome our judges. So in this session, we have Antonio, Alexander, who's still with us, if I'm right, Lisa, who's still with us from the previous session, Gabriela, Tatiana, Devesh, Luke, and Dragan. That was my super short, absolutely incomplete presentation. So every single judge, when you will be starting your first question, just shortly introduce yourself, and then I stop bothering you with that. And that being said, if you're set from WaterWise, I will leave you the floor. Let me redo my fancy stuff and change camera again. Hey, different camera again. Oh, incredible. Who's our speaker from WaterWise? Do we have a speaker from WaterWise? Oh, I guess we have a bit of a mismatch with WaterWise right now. It's not a big deal. If that happens, we do know that depending where you're in the world, it might be depending time zone, different time zones, different conditions. Maybe internet just decided it's not the right time to pitch. So we will go to our second team, which is Virtual Water Audits. So if the team of Virtual Water Audit is in the room, you will be up next.
Yes, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Exona, do I pronounce that one right?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Well, Exona, the scene is yours, and we'll start with your pitch.
Thank you. I am Exona, a young water professional from Kosovo, introducing our virtual water audit platform, a comprehensive tool to help our efforts in water conservation. This platform will be offering weekly, daily, weekly, and monthly checklists for our users to empower them to identify and rectify water wastage. Besides the checklist, we'll be giving them educational content, but also DIY videos on how to become water conservation champions. What I think it will be the most beneficiary for both the users, but also the regional water companies here in Kosovo, is that we will be offering a communication path between our users and the regional water companies, but also a communication path between the users, but also the private companies that offer services that are outside the scope of regional water companies. Since it's the first of its own in the region, we'll be offering the application in 3 main languages, in Albanian, Serbian, and in English for both Android and iOS users. This app will be offering many benefits for all the communities included, as in resources management, cost saving, partnerships, education, and water conservation. Also, to be noted is that this app will be built on a sustainable framework, aiming to create a software which is durable and will have a long lasting. We are not just only addressing the immediate challenges of water scarcity and efficiency, but also laying the groundwork for a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Awesome pitch. Thanks a lot for jumping in. I know you were not necessarily scheduled to start the session, so really
yes.
Well done. From the judges, who wants to go first? And while I let you raise your hands, I just have one question for you. You said your app will be. What is the state of development of the app right now?
It's just an idea.
Great. It's a cool idea. From the jury, who wants to go first? Tatiana, you go first.
Yes, hi, I can go first. Very good pitch. Thank you so much, Exona. My name is Tatiana. I am the founder CEO of Permalution, and we're a startup that works on cloud and fog water collection. So as rain is vertical precipitation, clouds are horizontal precipitation. We gather up to 3 times more water than rain, and we recently expanded into the Middle East. We've had significant traction, so it's very refreshing to hear these innovative solutions. There are some very positive things that I like from your solution. I like the accessibility, that it's going to be available in different platforms, in different languages. My question or feedback, it's related to the app. I don't know if you thought or if it's something that you would consider to add some type of gamification to it, or some certain pointage system for users to be more motivated to play it as a game, to do the things that they need to do to become a real water champion. So putting the gaming aspect into the app could be a great plus to that as well. And also advanced analytics. You're going to be gathering very useful and valuable data from your app. And so besides doing a great job for water consumption patterns and teaching people and the education that it's very important, it can be maybe another business model for you to do advanced analytics on what you're gathering and have another business model for your solution. So food for thought, more feedback than questions, but if you were already considering it, but yeah, great solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Regarding the gaming, we thought that maybe in the educational content menu will be maybe asking users to share their cases of water conservations and how they did that, or how they managed to find a leak in their own apartment. And if they share their stories, maybe they can win some points, and then maybe we can reward them by sharing their stories. And regarding the data, I think that the cooperation of the app with the regional water companies will help mostly the regional water companies, because in Kosovo now they don't have any database, and gathering the data from now to 10 years or 20 years from now, it will help them have a history and help them identify maybe leakages even more, or know where they have a mining zone and stuff like this. So I believe that the main beneficiaries will be the regional water companies and the water regulatory bodies here in Kosovo.
Great, thank you.
Great. I'll give the jury microphone to Luke. You're next.
Thank you for that great presentation. My name is Luke Shores. I'm one of the co-founders of Capture 6, which is a integrated direct air capture and water company. So a couple comments / questions. One, I wondered if you were familiar with the company O-Power. They're not in the water space, but what they did was they basically try to improve energy efficiency by giving people, as part of their utility bill, an indication of how much energy they were using relative to their neighbors, not their actual neighbors, but homes like them. And what they found, and this is all in the literature, is that people having some sense of how they were, what their energy usage patterns were like relative to households like them, was a good motivator to actually change behavior. So you could consider whether or not that might be possible to do in the water space.
Yes.
I also wondered, with the app, like you're kind of moving in sort of a B2C direction, but how do you consider the strategic value of that versus really trying to integrate with the water companies and having the communication come through the water companies that are already in contact with their customers, already billing their customers? And so with an app, you obviously have to deal with making sure people continue to use it, versus if you could provide kind of some sort of integration with the water companies and provide useful data, usefully change behavior, maybe you're not like disintermediating kind of those water companies from their customers, and that would be a business to business strategy. But I think I'd be curious, like, have you considered that as an alternative strategy, basically?
Okay. Regarding the O-Power, I'm sorry, I have never heard about it. But when I mentioned the checklist, because I think I went so fast and I forgot to mention many things, when the consumers or the users of the app will complete the checklist, then they will be able to check how much they have spent from month to month. And then we will be able to make a anonymous graphs, and show them how much 5-family household is using and comparing them with their own use. So we'll be connecting this, and I think that this will help not only the users to identify if there is any water leakage within their system, because if they spend duplicate two times more than the average 5-member family, then of course they will have to know that something is wrong. And regarding I believe that answered your first question. Okay. And regarding the second one, the contact between the users and the companies, we thought, we as Young Water Professional Group are members of the Water and Wastewater Association in Kosovo. And we thought that when we develop the app, we can host it in the server of the Water and Wastewater Association platform. And then it will be easier to maintain it and to check it and to everything, because it's all connected within that association.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Two short comments here. We want to focus on questions to entrepreneurs. I think you gave super insightful elements to help build the company, Luke. We keep that for the accelerator. If we share it for everyone, then someone might take your advice and then run with the idea. No, I'm joking about that, but it's just in order to have a dialogue. The second is, I love how you're taking notes and and how you come back to the points. It's super professional. Really happy. And now to a clever question coming from Devesh.
Awesome pitch. Just curious. So assume the product is built. It does, of course, for the trade, but it does what you expected. I'm curious, like, how are you gonna get the users on the platform? Like, how are you going to actually get families and users interested enough to join and stay on the platform?
Okay. If I can share just a short story on how this idea got started. A couple of years ago, a friend of mine bought her first apartment. And then when I went to visit her apartment, I was then working in the water and wastewater sector. I just wanted to wash my hands. And she said, "Oh, I don't think we have water," because she wasn't still moved in. She was just showing me the apartment front. And I told her, "How come you don't have water?" There was no water outages at that time. And then I went outside on the main hall and then opened her valve. Then I saw that she didn't know that she can open her valve and then get the water. So that's when the idea started, because for me, it was very easy to know where the valve was and how to open it and to receive water. But for people that are outside this field, it's maybe a little bit of problem. And then I told her, "Oh, I think it's a good idea if we do this kind of stuff, especially for young people who live together and for young parents and stuff like this." So she was like, "Yes, it's a great idea." So I think with great marketing campaigns and involving all the stakeholders and having them help us share the word, I believe that we'll get all the users connected.
I think that's a good answer to your question, Devesh. If you have a follow-up, you still have 30 seconds. If not, we will move to the next team. Awesome. So thanks a lot, Exona, again, for jumping unexpectedly. You did that awesomely. And I think also to double down on what Luke said, and I'm going to give you the worst advice because that's really the thing you see on every marketing blog ever. But there's this book by Robert Cialdini, Influence, which explains super well how the best way to get people to save their towel in a hotel room is actually to say that the neighbor room has been saving the towel as well. Everything else doesn't work. That one works just because it's peer pressure. It's if the neighbor does it, I'm going to do it as well.
Yeah.
Hey, I was a marketing bot for 30 seconds. Now let's move to our next pitch, and thanks again.
Thank you.
Our next pitch comes from Yaka Investments Limited. And I know it's my running gag for now, 30 pitches to say that I'm butchering the name of the company, but this time I'm really sure I've butchered the name of the company. So please correct me.
Yeah, it's correct.
Oh, that's a miracle. Well, then, thank you. And the scene is yours. Shim Fwembe, do I pronounce that one right?
Yes.
Okay, up to you.
Well, hi everyone. My name is Chimfombe Mutale and I'm based in Zambia. I'm introducing myself and my company, Yaka Investment Limited, which is based in Zambia. It is a clean tech company and I'm the founder of it. You have to realize that most often in Africa, many people have a challenge accessing clean water services. That's the reason why me and my team came up with a solution to it. We came up with a solution of a solar-powered pump, which is able to pump water from lower and mid-income communities, able to supply clean and safe drinking water. This does not only offer sustainability, but also it offers us the better option to the currently in use fuel diesel-powered pumps, which are not only expensive, but also not environmentally friendly. We are targeting 2 communities in a province which has been highly affected by the drought, which has been declared as a state of emergency by the President of the Republic of Zambia. We are looking to impact 2,500 people in 5 facilities. We are looking into 1 district, which is Lunga, and our aim is to offer these at 2 schools. And in Chipili district, our aim is to offer this water reticulation system powered by the solar pump in 3 schools. The cost of all this project is $100,000 because each project costs $20. And the advantage of this water system is that it has an added impact in that it has the cold storage system attached to it, for which farmers can utilize and other people that are using it. So join our team, impacting people in our country, enabling clean water provision. My team is made up of 5 youths who has a total experience of more than 35 years working in this field of engineering and water related. So I'm looking forward to your partnership and I'm looking forward to your collaboration so that we can provide clean water services, one at a drop. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the great pitch. From the jury, who wants to go first? Well, I'll let you raise your hands. I have a question just because I didn't get that one right, and it's me, it's not you. You said you're impacting 2,500 people. Did I get that one right?
Yes, with the current project that we are working on.
Awesome. I just wanted to double check I got that one right. So who wants to go first? Luke, you're on scene.
Thank you very much. What are some of the strategies you are pursuing to finding funding for this project, whether that's grants, financing, other strategies you're engaging in?
So we are doing it in 2 forms. One, we are mostly it's financed by NGOs, like the current project that we are working on is financed by UNICEF through the government. So we apply for government grants as well, but also government does advertise for such projects. Usually they work in collaboration with NGOs. So if UNICEF has got a project that has a water reticulation system needed at the school, Then they work with the local council who advertise it, and then we apply for that. And because of our qualification and our experience, we are usually given such projects to work on. Hope that was clear.
Yes, thank you.
I heard money and money questions, and my weird brain makes associations. So I was going to go to the World Bank, but actually I have two hands raised, so I have to respect that. Gabriela, you go first.
Hello, everyone. So I'm CEO and founder of Nitrogen Sensing Solutions. So we develop sensors to monitor water quality. And this is one of my questions. So how do you guarantee that the water that you are extracting from the soils is drinkable? So is there any plan to check the water quality? And if you could develop a little bit more about the business plan. So how expensive are the final product? Are they going to be used by all the community or the families? So it's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. First of all, we work, our company has got a partnership with the local universities. So when we are doing this, we take our samples to the university to test for the quality of the water, the BOD, the COD, and all the testings that are needed. So we get the assurance from the universities, working with our partnership with them. And like I mentioned, if an organization like NGOs, an example of UNICEF, they want a water recirculation system, so they work with the local council. For example, if they are targeting a school, they work with the government, and then they advertise and we apply. So once that is established, it's used for the purpose of that cause. That is a school or a clinic. So usually those are the main aims, and also sometimes the communities as well, based on what the NGO's aim is. So that's where the goal is usually tied. Hope that was clear.
Thank you.
I take a follow-on question from Dragan.
So thank you for pitch and presentation. It's super important what you're doing. And just to understand a bit better the current status or problem, is it that there's currently no pumping and the communities and farmers just can't have it? Or you mentioned it was like diesel powered and there's a problem with it. So are you kind of creating new pumping and distribution with the systems, or I guess it depends perhaps on some sites? And it's really transitioning from the gas pumps or manual pumps to the electric solar pumps.
Yes, it's a transition because the current ones that are being used are diesel and they are quite expensive. And so we are transitioning to solar, using solar energy. That's our first goal. But also there are other secondary goals, like there's no pumping in some areas. And that's why I want to incorporate this system so that they can be clean water services. Most of them, they just use wells for drinking water in schools, in clinics. Those are the two main challenges.
Okay. And just a follow-up question on that, if that was the case. Sorry, Devesh. And just in terms of payback period, so it's probably more expensive to run because it's already there. Did you estimate what was the cost of the solar system, and how much time does it take to essentially be close to free once it's fully replaced?
Yes, because your first statement was correct. It's quite expensive to run. So that's why we mostly are engaged by the NGOs, so that we are just paid for our service of construction and establishment, and it's once off, and it's easily run by the local councils.
Dragan,
that
was clear. Dragan, let's annoy Divesh for 20 more seconds. Can you just introduce Onika?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm Dragan, CEO founder of Onika Technologies. Our mission is to make the oceans a sustainable and affordable source of fresh water, and we do so by deploying our wave-powered sustainable desalination system. So offshore systems that deliver fresh water to the coast using only the motion of the waves to do so.
And now to your question, Devesh, but before your question, you didn't introduce Pani before, so start by introducing Pani, please.
For sure, yes. Hi, everybody. I'm Devesh, and the CEO and co-founder of Pani. Pani's mission is to decarbonize about 1% global emissions by 2032. by accelerating existing built industrial and city scale treatment facilities to optimize and retrofit so they can produce water at lower costs and lower emissions. Now back to this awesome presentation. I think a really important problem, and I love the focus you have and very specific examples. So, it's very likely to create an impact, which I really like. I think Dragon actually almost was very close to my questions, but I'm going to ask them again to be a bit more specific on. So, is the problem you're solving currently for the current project cost problem, or is it lack of existing water supply by retrofitting existing distribution systems?
I would openly say it's both, because most of these, the province we are targeting is it's a rural setup. So most of these schools and most of these schools, markets do not have such a service. But the services which were currently offered in the nearby provinces are run by diesel. And so that's why we want to offer a new solution in the new province.
Okay. And currently the local region is paying for that diesel?
No, the ones who runs the services are the ones that actually pay for it. But for them to sustain it, then they will make, obviously, yes, then they will make the residents pay. That's correct, like you said.
Okay. And there's a follow-up question. So, after the retrofit's done, the life cycle of this project, I'm just curious who's going to maintain this asset and how is that going to be funded?
So for us, it's just a once-off because we are called to just construct and give it to the local council to run it. Because the system of the way we operate that I was explaining earlier is that if an NGO like UNICEF realizes that in certain district there's need of this system, then it works with the local councils and they advertise for a company that can establish that system, and then we apply. And once we set it up, then the local council takes it up to run it. So our goal is just to set it up to make sure that it's up to standard and that the water that is being that will be coming out from it is safe and clean. That is tested by our local university or our partners. So once that is done, then it is run and maintained by the local councils in that specific area.
Awesome. Thank you.
We're running out of time, so I will have to stop that discussion here. Thanks a lot, Chimfwembe. Great presentation, great pitch. And we will move to the next team. And the next team is Antene Jerican. So who will be our speaker? Probably, I know I'm saying that at each team, but Antene maybe? Antene?
Yes.
So correct me, how do you pronounce it?
Actually, your name is an African name of mine.
Okay. I have to say, you were the first elevator pitch I watched on the YouTube channel. And when I've seen you doing your elevator pitch, I was absolutely sure we were going to have a great time with the 40 because I love the energy in that. And with that introduction, the scene is yours. You can do your pitch for today.
All right, thank you. Before I start, can you see the product picture?
Yes.
Yeah. So that if you haven't seen the elevator pitch, you have some idea. Hello, everyone. I am Antene Gashau. I am from the land of origin, Ethiopia. It is common to see women and girls carrying 25-liter jerrycan on their back or on their head in rural areas, especially in developing countries, to fetch water, traveling many kilometers in rough landscape. The main problem of carrying, the main problem of carrying 25-liter water jerrycan and transporting it is the concentrated weight of the water, which require huge amount of force to overcome the pressure with one part of your body, and the distance they have to travel in a very rough landscape full of mountain, muddy ground in rainy season, and other which is very hard even for wheeled transport. That is why I created any kind of water transporting jerry can used for transporting in rural areas. That is the pain for the person carrying the load with lower cost. Antenna jerry can has a torus shape with a torus shape pipe with same volume as a standard jerry can, having two straps in front and back to hold the jerry can on your shoulder. This will reduce the pressure of the water by distributing its weight in 360 degrees and utilize all part of your body for support. Since the pressure of its surface is minimum, you can make the thickness of the material minimum, and that will make the cost lower approximately 42%. Additionally, the inner surface of antenna jerry can be cleaned because other jerry can don't have access to the inner surface to be cleaned. And we also manufacture the product from recycling damaged standard jerry can, converting to our version of antenna jerry can. The only other product that is helping people transport water beside standard jerry can is rolling jerry can, which is a type of jerry can that avoid carrying water. But in order to use a rolling jerry can, you need a rollable ground, and it is just easier to carry in rough landscape. And since the main problem of water shortage is in rough landscape, it is just easier for them to use the standard jerry can they are using now. Plus, it is very expensive because the material is made, since it is rolled in the ground, it needs to be strong. The antenna jerry can has untapped total addressable market of between 1.3 to 1.5 billion US dollars, and that is making the maximum price for the product as $4 US. So whenever I teach about my jerry can, I always carry it filled with water to demonstrate its efficiency, which is I claim its performance efficiency, so that anyone can carry themselves. If you want, I can send you product sample. You immediately can see the difference. And currently, the product is being incubated at Exhabadis in Ethiopia, funded by the European Union, and the genius peoples at Exhabadis are advisors in this project. I am a mechanical engineer, and I am an inventor with more than 100 inventions. I'm not telling you this just to impress you, but it's the truth. If you have any questions, I would like to give them.
The fact that you mentioned that you have 100 inventions is fully in line with the image I had from you. So I'm super happy that you mentioned that. It doesn't have to be to brag. It's just that it defines who you are. So thanks a lot for that. From the jury, who wants to go first? Luke.
Fascinating, very creative. Thank you. To what extent have you tested your invention with the target audience and solicited feedback, iterated the product based upon that feedback? I'd just be curious what that kind of refinement of the original idea has been based upon any real life trials with the intended audience and market. Thank you.
Okay, great question. I created this product in 2021, and I haven't created it for just to getting profit. There is a platform called the Hackaday, and there was a challenge. There were no financial gain from the challenge. It was for, I think, Earth Day. So I thought, what contribute can I do? And I thought I come up with this product. Then the second thing I did was, build the prototype. And personally, I'm not trained to carry heavy objects. I might carry a 25-liter standard jerry can, but for sure I cannot travel carrying it. And so having that in mind, I tested the product myself, and I worked for many hours, and I wasn't tired. That was the first sign I got from I was on the right track. And I tested on other pupils, more than 10 pupils at that year, including women's. And we at X-Harvard, their incubators also have been tested. I wish I could show you for yourself to test it yourself, because I can assure you, you might have a challenge carrying standard jerry can filled with 25 liter, but you won't have a problem in carrying and traveling in rough landscape. If I was teaching face to face, it would be more convenient because you have the product to test it. Online it is hard.
I will give
Thank you very much.
I'll pass on the microphone to Antonio in just a second. Just before that, if anyone doubts it's difficult to carry a jerry can, I keep saying since the beginning of this session that I'm not Mr. Beast. Actually, Mr. Beast did a video where he's carrying jerry cans in a rough environment, and he's really struggling with it. So,
yes, I have seen it.
Yeah.
Even I have sent him an email in which he didn't respond. But after I saw his 100 wells project, I come up with my version of donating 100 units of antenna jerry can as a product launch, and it needs a collaboration and the resource I don't have at this time.
I call Jimmy. All people on YouTube have the number of Jimmy, so I'll just call him. In the meantime, let's get a real clever question from Antonio.
Thank you, Antoine. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, this connection here is not very good, and I'm Antonio Rodriguez, part of the jury, senior water specialist from the World Bank, and calling from South Africa. Atenet, your elevator speech was amazing. I really agree with Antoine about the picture. I can picture you, and I'm willing to carry this interesting device. However, the proposed solution, will it make it easier to carry water, right? It doesn't kind of tackle the need to carry it, right? And to spend time in carrying and going for the water, fetch the water, going back. No, it's much easier, but still. So I would be interested. One of the issues we're always looking at is how this impact particularly in women and girls that are missing school because of the time going to fetch the water and so on. Have you thought about this? Have you recorded any time reduction apart from kind of the easiness of carrying the water? Or how are you addressing this? In any case, it's a much improvement to a jerry can. That's easy to implement, but have you thought about this and how you propose to solve these issues?
Can you repeat it? Sorry, you talked a lot of things. Be specific, please.
The question is, have you thought of ways to improve the global experience of this woman which have to carry the water beyond just, I said just with brackets, the posture improvement? If I'm summarizing that one, Antonio, if not, jump in.
Yeah, in terms of time reduction and the need to carry it.
Well, the main point of the product was, to ease their pain. Most of the women I know in rural areas, I have many family members in rural areas, travel at least 10 kilometers. You have no idea how strong they are. I'm sure, many of us will not do it, right? They are suffering now, and they will likely suffer in the future, because of recent climate change, environmental factors, right? Water crisis is going to increase. We all know that, right? So I'm not saying this product will solve water problem of the woman or the rural areas, but I can guarantee it will decrease their pain. No? Yeah.
We will take a last question from Gabriela.
Hi, Anton. So you problem you're addressing is super important, and I'm absolutely sure about that. And I found your jerrycan very cool, but I have two practical questions. So one is, do the pipeline with corners, how easy is to clean it? Because you have to clean the jerrycan from time to time, otherwise you can get fungi and so on. And this configuration maybe is not that easy to clean it. And the second one is put the water in transport, make it's easier this way, but how about taking the water out? Is there any other taps in the bottom? How do you manage so you can really efficiently take the water out from the pipe?
All right, let me start from the second question. Like I said, the main soul of the product is transporting, right? After they transport it, they can, fill the water however they like. All right. The main problem they have is not how they, deal with the water once they get home, right? The main problem they have is when they are traveling from the source, from the well, from the river to their home, which is average of 10 kilometers, right? I will take the consideration of, managing easily to, after they get to homes. But the main point of the soul of the product is just easing their pain while traveling. Okay. So the first question, how it is cleaned, this feature was not the main selling point of at first. After I started designing how I'm going to manufacture it, the best way I come up with was to build it in parts, right? And if you make it unassembled jerry can, you can disassemble it, and you can clean it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we are unfortunately running out of time, so we will move to the next team. I'll just put that here and you take it for what it is. But in case you're not selected in the accelerator, and again, I'm not the jury, I'm working for a company called GF Piping System. Piping is in the name. And we have a water foundation. So just in case you're not in the accelerator, give me a ring. We can probably try to figure out something.
May I say one thing? This would be perfect opportunity for the World Bank because it's perfectly aligned to be. It really makes sense to be the client for Anton Angelica, right? You can purchase from me, and you can donate to everywhere you operate. Thank you.
I hope message well received on the World Bank's end. We'll see that when the judges have to fill their form at the end. And let's move to our next team. Thanks a lot, Antone. Our next team is West Bangladesh with Drinkwell. So who will be our speaker?
Hi.
Ronnie.
Yes.
Ronnie, the scene is yours for the next 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Do you know Bangladesh is known for having the largest mass poisoning in human history? Is the arsenic water crisis. I'm MD Saddam Hossain Rani from Drinkwell, Bangladesh, working to establish sustainable drinking water models. 668 million people in India and Bangladesh live beyond the pipe and having lack access to basic drinking water. And Drinkwell has deployed 700 plus proprietary water filtration system, dispensing 1 billion liters so far of safe drinking water to 950K people in direct partnership with 40 plus municipal water utilities and NGOs to provide last mile drinking water access to both urban and rural low-income communities. Drinkwell's proprietary Higgs nanofiltration technology removes arsenic, iron, and other impurities while recovering 99% underground water versus reverse osmosis, which recover usually 40 to 60% underground water. Drinkwell combines this filtration technology with IoT-based sensor, RFID card, mobile money payment system, which actually jointly deploy this system with urban water utilities, while also reducing reading fees, pipe leakage, and other non-revenue sectors. So each water transaction actually recorded in our server, and water utilities can monitor through live dashboard. Our Drinkwell Stack solution actually allows water utilities to retrofit existing pump to distribute safe drinking water, bypassing illegal intermediaries and directly benefiting low-income communities. So these process involve 3 stages: design, which we actually design based on raw water, and after the build phase, the utility and Drinkwell actually cost sharing 50-50 in shade and filtration, and the operation and maintenance actually totally take care by Drinkwell, where we actually deploy an operator, and we have 24/7 video monitoring team and our customer service hotline who actually delegated to our operator and our customer directly. We have investors like Danone Communities, Global Innovation Fund, and TPG Grow the Race Fund, who support us to deploy this water ATM with the utilities. And each ATM booth creates 1 to 3 jobs, and we have so far 500 plus operator in Bangladesh, and where 40% are female, and we are planning to make it 50-50 ratio by end of this year. So it will actually promote the women engagement in water sector. And for our Dhaka project, we're EBIT positive for now, and we are actually planning to scale up this project with other utilities in other division and other districts, where we are planning to deploy 650 more water ATM by 2027, which will impact 5 million people, direct beneficiaries. And also, while promoting safe drinking water, we also incorporating plastic water recycling, which will incorporate it with the climate center, where now not only the water quality will be monitoring, also the air quality monitoring system will be incorporated, as Dhaka is known one of the worst air quality index system. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thanks for the great pitch, Ronnie. From the jury, I think we have not heard Alexander yet in this session, so I'll have to call you out. You will be the second to raise your questions. You have a bit of time to prepare it, because Devesh, you go first.
Awesome, yeah, great pitch. And I've heard of Drinkable before. I was curious to understand. I think, of course, the problem you're solving is very important, and it's a unique problem of the region. So great work there. What I'm looking to understand is, how do you think this accelerator can help you if you are a part of it?
Okay, so as we are only, we are working to irrigate the iron and arsenic system, and in our IoT-based technology, we are also trying to incorporate the AI technology and the solar system, which we actually seen in our other participants. They are working with this sector as well. So how to incorporate this system with our existing technology to make more robust and efficient model, where we can analyze the data and the water quality monitoring system, so that in our next scale-up journey, we can incorporate these changes as well.
Alexander, now that you got a bit of time to prepare, what would be your question to Ronnie?
Normally I only ask questions when I really know about the things. That's why I often keep calm. But here my question, I still didn't fully understand the business model. How will you generate the profit from the invention?
Okay, so water utility used to pay us a fixed O&M fees, but we shifted from fixed O&M fees to revenue sharing model, because the more water we sell, the more expenses for us. So the fixed O&M fee is not a win-win situation. So we shifted revenue sharing model. So the earning money will be split between Drinkwell and the water utilities. So it will be make sure that both parties are win-win situation. No one going to lose from any proportional model.
We have a follow-up question by Lisa.
Thank you. Great pitch. I'm curious about your customers. You've mentioned water utilities. Talk to us about your customers. How many customers do you have? Kind of where are you on the journey, and what's kind of blocking your growth?
Okay, so in Dhaka, there are 4 million people live beyond the pipe, and from these 4 million people, we have acquired so far 500K people. And by 2027, we are actually planning to scale up from 300 to 500 system and acquiring additional 1 million people who is living beyond the pipe. Not only through water ATM, we are also working pipe water modality so that in slum, we can deliver this pipe water network where we can deliver safe drinking water through pipe water. And in Bangladesh, we have total 550K consumer. And in India and Bangladesh altogether, 950 consumer we have so far.
Let me just repeat that because I think it's super important. You have 500,000 people connected in Bangladesh, 550 in total Bangladesh, but 500 in the capital, and in total 950. And you are planning to have another million. So
in Bangladesh.
That's the impact we're discussing. I just wanted to highlight it because, yeah, impressive numbers. I just don't want people to stop at 500K and say, it's okay. No, it's huge. Dragan, you're next.
Thank you.
Yeah, really impressive what you're doing. So congrats for that. And I mean, at that scale, I'm assuming you're able to even track some health impact of people that are using the regions that they're not using. Are you currently like building a sort of like where you're at in terms of the positive impacts and for people to drink the better quality water that you're providing?
Right. So we have 300 sample size, so which is actually pretty low, but we find out that the frequency of waterborne diseases has decreased before implementing Drinkwell and after using Drinkwell water. So we are having a discussion with ICDDRB to make a greater sample size study so that we can measure the actual impact we are creating among our city dwellers.
In a typical, let's say, I don't know, neighborhood, do you have like KPIs in terms of percentage of people that, like, once you deploy your system, what percentage of like the local neighborhood start using it compared to the typical like just direct tap water? Is it things that you're monitoring?
Yeah, we have a questionnaire in our registration form, like how much water you usually consume. Like people usually answer based on their family members. So it's actually 20 to 50 liter in a week. So that's how we can measure how many, how much liter we actually, making a difference before and after using our Drinkwell system.
Tatiana, you shortly had a question. If you still have a question,
Yes, I do. And it's very much tied with what Dragan was mentioning. Mine was related to SDG and ESG reporting, because it does sound that you're gathering very interesting data points and that you already have a very good base for doing this type of impact metric measurements. So it's a question/feedback in terms of reporting on sustainability impact, reduction in water wastage, improvements in health, economic benefits, the local communities you're working with. I think that this data can be very crucial for some clients and also for potential investors. So this is great for you. Congratulations. Great solution.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
We are at the end of the time slot, but if someone from the jury has a 30-second question, I would still grant it. Devesh.
Awesome, really quick. So, Ronnie, I was curious, so what's the relationship with Drinkwell? Because I saw it's a different name. Could you expand more on the relationship?
Yeah, so Wistinc is our incorporation and Drinkwell is our brand name. So we are operating in different countries with different registration name, like Wistinc, Wis Bangladesh, Wis India, but Drinkwell is our brand name. Whichever country we're operating, we are using Drinkwell as our brand name.
Awesome, thank you.
And you fit it with the rule of having a 30-second question with the answer within the time slot. Awesome. Ronnie, thanks for the great pitch. And we will move to our next team. And our next team, I'm going to use my superpower of speaking French, is SIGIBA, Système d'information pour la gestion des infrastructures hydrauliques et les bassins aquatiques. I've seen Junior in the chat. I don't know if you will be the one presenting. Oh, that's a team. Awesome. Welcome, team.
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs. OK, nous représentons l'équipe SIGIBA. La question de l'eau pose un défi crucial tant pour la gestion durable des ressources que pour l'accès aux populations, en Afrique centrale en général et au Cameroun en particulier. Selon l'OMS et l'UNICEF, en 2019, 34% de la population camerounaise n'avait pas accès à une source d'eau potable sûre et continue, reflétant ainsi une situation critique dans la région. D'après l'ONG Mains Unies d'Afrique, le Cameroun dispose des ressources importantes en eau, mais la répartition inégale des infrastructures crée des disparités entre les zones urbaines et rurales. De ce fait, seulement 10 000 mètres cubes d'eau sont disponibles par jour pour répondre à une demande totale estimée à 250 000 mètres cubes, soulignant ainsi des défis persistants liés à l'approvisionnement en eau.
Alors, pour répondre à ces défis, notre équipe propose le SIGIBA, qui n'est rien d'autre qu'un système d'information pour la gestion des infrastructures hydrauliques et des bassins aquatiques. C'est une solution innovante combinant technologie géospatiale et Internet des objets. SIGIBA permettra aux populations de signaler des problèmes liés à l'eau et affichera des analyses sur les niveaux et la qualité de l'eau via une application mobile et web interactive. Ce tableau de bord, en temps quasi réel, optimisera la prise de décision et réduira les émissions de dioxyde de carbone grâce à son autonomie énergétique. Le SIGIBA aura un impact direct sur les communautés et les écosystèmes contribuant à l'objectif de développement durable numéro 6 en impliquant activement les communautés dans la gestion des données. Alors, notre solution est open source et accessible via des applications en iOS, garantissant son adaptabilité et son accessibilité. L'équipe SIGIBA est composée de membres aux compétences complémentaires et nous sommes en discussion actuellement avec le laboratoire d'accélération du programme des Nations Unies pour le développement Cameroun. C'est une unité d'innovation de l'organisation ainsi que l'équipe du comité international de la Croix-Rouge et du CAD qui sont intéressés par SIGIBA et souhaitent voir son aboutissement. Donc, ensemble, nous pouvons transformer la gestion de l'eau en Afrique centrale grâce à des solutions durables et innovantes. Merci pour votre attention. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je vais essayer de traduire tout ça. So first, the water access for the population in Cameroon, 34% of population doesn't have access to water. And that is a pity because Cameroon has enough water, but it's not equally distributed. So some places have a lot of water, some others don't have that much water. So in the places where the team is focusing, they have 10,000 liters available when 50,000 liters would be needed. To solve for that, they developed a geographical information system. And on that geographical information system, people can signal water quality trouble and water quantity trouble online in near real time. Their goal with that is to have a direct impact on communities by implication of the community within the project. Their application is open source. They are in talks with the UN and the Red Cross to further develop it. And together, they want to change water management. So that's my short summary of the pitch. Dear judges, who wants to go first?
I can take maybe the first one, and thanks for the summary. Good also with your super good mic. It's good to also have a really good refresh. So, donc peut-être juste je peux traduire and I can translate in English after. So, peut-être une petite question. Donc, au niveau de vos... Peut-être si vous pouvez rajouter un peu plus de spécificité au niveau de votre façon d'améliorer cette gestion-là. C'est quoi les pratiques que vous implémenteriez ou c'est quoi les façons comment ça devrait être mieux géré comme modèle? Donc, c'est quoi les changements que vous apporteriez pour que ce soit mieux géré ou organisé? So I was just asking to expand on specifically what they're suggesting to improve the management. What kind of best practices is recommended?
D'accord, merci. Merci de me passer la parole. Ce que le CIBA va apporter en particulier, c'est l'amélioration, la connexion entre les populations et les autorités compétentes. Donc, la particularité de notre système, c'est que celui-ci va directement toucher du doigt le problème posé, le problème que rencontrent les populations. Donc, c'est un peu en fait ça sa particularité. Et également, la particularité du CIBA, c'est que celui-ci combine la technologie géospatiale et l'Internet des objets, permettant de toucher rapidement, d'optimiser, permettant de gérer, permettant de collecter, de gérer et d'optimiser les différentes données collectées.
So, in short, the answer is they want to better the population and authorities link, directly bringing all the troubles and problems in light and leveraging geospatial technologies to connect data and people. I hope I'm not butchering that. Antonio or Dragon, do you have a follow-up question? Sorry.
Maybe peut-être juste pour les prochaines réponses, je ne sais pas si rapprocher le microphone potentiellement ou que la personne qui répond se rapproche du microphone pour peut-être un peu mieux entendre. C'est un petit peu difficile à entendre, désolé.
Next question by... Oh, I hope j'espère qu'on vous a pas perdu. In the meantime, Antonio, you can already raise your question and I'll prepare the translation if needed.
Je vais poser la question en français peut-être.
That is live adaptation. You have to be innovative to be entrepreneurs. That's I love that. Antonio, do you have a question?
Yep. Oui, j'ai une question. D'abord, félicitations à toute l'équipe pour la présentation et pour l'équipe quand-même. Je pense que le problème, ça a été bien posé. La proposition, c'est très intéressant. Et le fait que la solution, c'est open source, c'est bon parce qu'il n'y a pas les coûts associés à la licence, tout ça. Mais quand même, il y a d'autres systèmes d'information et solutions similaires, même open source. Non? Et ce que je voudrais que c'est pour évaluer la faisabilité, c'est quelques plus d'informations sur les méthodes de collecte de données et les codes associés. Et en fait, comment vous va assurer que ces données seront utilisées pour les institutions qui doivent donner une réponse et aussi comment vous va assurer la qualité des données.
D'accord, merci bien déjà. Ici, là, lorsque les données seront collectées, déjà on rappelle que ce sont les populations elles-mêmes qui vont nous fournir, qui vont alimenter la base de données. Donc, via l'application qu'on va mettre sur pied, qui sera les populations vont collecter les données, c'est-à-dire en fonction du type de problème qu'ils ont et selon les différentes pistes que nous on aura définies, c'est-à-dire peu d'eau, eau contaminée et mauvaise gestion. Donc, en fonction de cette catégorie de problèmes, les populations vont signaler le type de problème qu'ils rencontrent. Une fois qu'ils vont le faire, ils vont filmer, par exemple, ils vont envoyer la donnée. Une fois perçu la donnée, nous, on aura un dashboard. Donc, quand cette donnée va venir dans l'application, ça va venir entrer dans notre dashboard qu'on aura paramétré déjà au préalable. Donc, le dashboard, lui, il sera là pour pouvoir faire des analyses en fonction du type de problème que la population rencontre. Une fois les analyses faites, et on va également installer ou du moins se paramétrer le dashboard à obtenir des hotspots, c'est-à-dire en fonction de l'importance du problème dans une zone. Oui. Une fois qu'on a ces informations, les informations seront acheminées vers l'autorité compétente, c'est-à-dire la personne qui est censée résoudre ce problème. Si c'est par exemple un problème d'eau, si au Cameroun, chez nous, il y a la société Kamwata qui gère le circuit hydrologique, qui gère tout ce qui est eau. Oui. Donc, ça sera vers eux que ces informations seront transmises avec des informations suffisantes pour leur faire comprendre que à tel endroit, les populations signalent que à ce moment, nous n'avons pas d'eau, du moins c'est l'eau que nous avons ici est contaminée avec plusieurs preuves. Donc, en fait, c'est une façon de faciliter la prise de décision pour le décideur. Oui, et une façon aussi de connecter la population et les autorités compétentes. Donc, c'est un peu ça la particularité. Certes, il y a déjà plusieurs applications dehors, mais la particularité avec la nôtre, c'est que on pourra réellement interconnecter le bailleur de fonds, et les ONG ou alors le gouvernement et les populations qui sont dans le besoin. Donc, c'est un peu ça la particularité.
So I'll try to translate all of that. So Antonio's question was that all the GIS, so Geographical Information System, do exist, which also can be open source. So how does the team of Sigiba differentiate and how do they collect data? To which the answer is that when data is collected, people will feed a database and they can use templated input. So Sigiba is designing the way that they collect the data and hence they know exactly what's collected. Data then feeds a dashboard that enables data crunching and which then enables them to prioritize and contact the adequate authority in charge. If there's something specific, they know it's that specific utility or that specific governmental agency which has to be contacted. And that facilitates decision making. The differentiator, they say, is this multi-connection between the platform, the people, and the adequate authorities. I think let's take one more question from Tatiana.
Bonjour à toute l'équipe. Merci beaucoup pour le pitch. C'était très intéressant. Puis, moi, j'avais une question, suggestion, parce que selon mes expériences, les investisseurs, des fois, sont un peu douteux d'aller pour des options open source parce que c'est facile de les répliquer si jamais elles vont bien. Donc, je voulais savoir si vous avez pensé à ça, puis si vous êtes plutôt dans la stratégie de faire des alliances ou des partenariats avec des OBNL, des gouvernements, plus dans ces côtés-là, ou comment vous entamez les côtés ou l'aspect open source pour la compétition ou pour avoir un avantage compétitif de votre côté?
D'accord, merci bien. Déjà ici, ce qu'il faudrait savoir, c'est que actuellement, nous sommes suivis, du moins, notre solution intéresse le programme, le PNUD Cameroun, programme des Nations Unies pour le développement au Cameroun, et également le Comité international de la Croix-Rouge. Donc, ils ont eu, en quelque sorte, un feedback sur notre solution. Vous savez, la réalité au Cameroun, c'est qu'on connaît chez nous, le Cameroun en particulier, l'Afrique centrale en général, on connaît le réel problème dont les populations ont besoin en ce qui concerne l'eau. Oui. Et cette solution qu'on a mise sur pied, en fait, répond de manière claire et très précise, oui, à ces problèmes-là. Donc, c'est une solution que nous n'allons pas concevoir seule. Il y a plusieurs personnes qui vont s'intégrer dans le projet. La richesse, c'est que le projet sera spatialisable. Donc, on pourra toucher du doigt là où le problème se trouve exactement. Par exemple, on a dit qu'on va concevoir une application. Certainement, on aura besoin des développeurs pour pouvoir concevoir cela dans notre côté. Et également, on va également faire recours à plusieurs autres profils pour pouvoir meubler, donc pouvoir implémenter le projet dans sa globalité. Et le projet sera open source, ou du moins l'application sera open source, ça sera free. Oui. Que ce soit sur Android, qui est le système le plus utilisé en Afrique, Oui, en Afrique, c'est le système le plus utilisé. Également sur iOS, il y a la rubrique free sur iOS. Je pense qu'on pourra exploiter cette partie-là pour pouvoir mettre cette application. Donc, c'est un peu ça. Merci.
So I'm discovering that every single member. Oh, sorry. Continue. Je continue de noter.
Quelque chose à noter sur l'équipe, nous sommes des membres contributeurs de la base de données OpenStreetMap. Nous faisons partie de cette plateforme-là. Nous sommes contributeurs OpenStreetMap, niveau expérimenté. Voilà. Merci.
So yeah, I was about to say that I'm discovering that every single member of the jury speaks a perfect French, but still for the audience, I have to translate that. The question from Tatiana is, investors sometimes struggle to invest in open source because that might be difficult to gate. What's your approach to that? For instance, teaming up with the government, to which the team answered that their solution already is already interesting for the United Nations and the Red Cross. And what they say is that Central Africa has local specificities, which they solve very, very precisely. And so that it goes beyond technology. It's about solving the problem. And that technology is almost an afterthought. That's my paraphrasing. They will need to tap into a developer pool to develop the app. And that is easier to leverage if you go through an open source approach. And the additional comment is that they're already contributing to OpenStreetMap. So they're already in this ecosystem of open source developments. And I think that with that, we will have, for time reason, to move to the next team. Merci beaucoup, l'équipe Sigiba. Et on va passer à l'équipe suivante. Et j'ai adoré votre réactivité de rapprocher la table pour être plus près du microphone. Ça, c'est vraiment une réaction d'entrepreneur. J'ai adoré. Thanks a lot. And let's move to the next team. The next team is Ecology House. So who will be our speaker for Ecology House? Hi. I think your microphone is muted.
Hi.
No. Perfect.
Now is it working?
It is working. You can start whenever you want. The scene is yours.
Okay. Can we start? Do you get me?
Yes. You're on scene and you can start whenever you want.
We're very sorry because we have electricity challenge here and it's not easy in Burkina right now. So we are trying to do our best to get to be connected with you. Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, so a community in my country was suddenly hit by toxic lake water contaminated caused by plastic waste. And residents who used to consume the polluted water begin to develop mysterious illness that affect them physically and mentally. Indeed, the plastic waste crisis is reaching alarming proportion. Every year, more than 460,000 million tons of plastic are produced, but less than 10% is recycled, leaving the rest to pollute our land, ocean, waterways, and communities. Our mission at Ecology House, Burkina, is to reduce plastic pollution while creating sustainable social and economic opportunities. We take an holistic approach of collection, sorting, and recycling of plastic waste via a mobile app to reward the users. In terms of impacts, our initiative has prevented the pollution of 300 million liters of water to avoid the hectares of 700 agricultural land, and to preserve the health of our fragile ecosystems. Through our fundraising program, we have created more than 100 and half direct and indirect jobs in the local communities, of course, providing opportunities for decent work and professional development as well. Our company also created business opportunities by local small businesses by providing them with high quality recycled material at competitive prices. So join us in our fight against the global plastic waste crisis because the environment is an indivisible whole to be protected worldwide. Together, we can turn environmental challenges into sustainable opportunities and create then a prosperous future for all. Done.
Awesome conclusion. Great pitch. Thank you. Super concise. From the jury, who wants to go first? Lisa.
Hi, thank you.
Hi.
Great pitch. Great to meet you. Great to see you. I'm curious about your team. I see you have a full team there on both sides. I'd be curious to know, how did you guys get together for this team? How did you decide to focus on this project? And are there more of you also working together?
Yes, yes. And then we are waiting for the first question, please.
So the question is, how did your team members come together to form this project, and what was the kind of the motivation that brought you all together? And are there more of you in the project team?
Okay, Melanick is the one who initiated, of course, the idea, and of course he's with us in the team, of course, but he has a language barrier in English, but I can allow him to say it in French for you if it's allowed, of course.
Yeah, please go on. We have
Can I go without him? Can I go?
Yeah, on peut le faire en français, il n'y a pas de problème.
Ok, donc qu'est-ce qui a motivé l'idée? Tu as entendu? Qu'est-ce qui a motivé? En plus, pourquoi nous sommes en équipe? Comment on a pu former notre équipe pour aller?
Ok, l'idée est née surtout d'un constat que j'ai constaté surtout dans ma ville, principalement dans ma ville de Bobo-Dioulasso. Dans la ville de Bobo-Dioulasso, quand tu circules, tu te rends compte que il y a plein de dépôts sauvages de déchets plastiques. Et on a eu des cas d'inondation ici dus à l'enfouissement des déchets plastiques dans les barrages. Et après tout ce constat, après avoir suivi un documentaire sur Discovery Science, j'ai eu à faire des recherches sur comment améliorer les conditions de vie de ma localité. C'est dans ce sens qu'on a développé ce matériau-là. On a développé ce matériau en plastique recyclé. Et ce matériau, il est polyvalent. Tout ce que le bois peut faire, il peut le faire. Et l'équipe Ecology House est venue des compétences de tout un chacun. En tant que leader et sachant que je n'avais pas toutes les compétences, donc j'ai essayé de réunir une équipe compétente pour mener à bien cette mission.
It's okay.
So,
is the question answers?
C'est bon. C'est bon.
Yeah.
I'll just translate it very fast for the audience. It's all started from the observation in Bobo-Dioulasso that plastic wastes were everywhere, and that it even stuck dams, which caused some overflows over the dams. The founder watched a documentary that nudged him into creating a material that actually is replacing one-to-one wood. And so that's why they created a team, and that's why they are right now in front of us to pitch. Devesh, you were raising your hand for the very beginning, so please raise your question.
Thank you. Awesome work. Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. No, great innovation, important problem. Thanks for doing this. My question is, how do you price this? And who buys this from you?
Okay.
Alors, le commentaire, c'est super boulot déjà, et Devesh vous félicite pour votre pitch, et il vous demande comment est-ce que vous vendez votre produit et à quel prix.
Ok. Ecology House confectionne des matériaux de construction, notamment des revêtements de sol pavés comme de ce type. Nous faisons des sols carrément pavés pour les ruelles. Et aussi, nous avons développé une gamme de produits pour l'agriculture hors sol. Nous savons que maintenant, l'agriculture hors sol est est très importante pour la survie de notre humanité. Donc, dans ce sens, nous collectons les déchets plastiques, nous les transformons en des pots d'agriculture hors sol pour élever le niveau agricole du Burkina. Et aussi, nous confectionnons aussi des poubelles plastiques. Je ne sais pas si vous voyez là.
Quoi? Qu'est-ce que c'est?
This is the dustbin. Poubelle.
Poubelle.
Poubelle. Et nous mettons en facile d'utilisation et nous confectionnons ces poubelles pour les mettre dans les rues, pour que chaque citoyen burkinabé puisse mettre ses déchets plastiques et non, qui ne puisse mettre là-dedans ses déchets plastiques et non jeter ça dans la rue. Et pour ce faire, nous créons des partenariats avec des entreprises dans le sens de l'écologisation des entreprises. Nous voulons que chaque entreprise au Burkina Faso et chaque domicile ait la culture de l'écologie. Donc, dans ce sens, ces BAF feront la publicité de nos partenaires, en fait. Dans ce cas, nous avons le cas de Orange. Et le message que nous avons ici, c'est Orange s'engage pour l'environnement auprès de Ecology House. C'est un petit peu cette culture de l'environnement pour la protection de l'eau que nous mettons en œuvre à Ecology House.
So the translation of that, they are doing construction materials like the ones used for paved roads. That's the first example he showed us. They also have a product line for agriculture. And the third is what we saw just behind them. It's the trash bins, which they put on the streets to enable to kind of close the circular loop. So that's the plastic waste doesn't go to the environment, but goes to the trash bin. And so stays in the circle. And on that specific stage of the trash bin, they do B2B partnerships with CSR programs of companies, which can use that to, on one hand, finance it. On the other hand, have their ads on the streets. And here, in the example they were showing, it was Orange as a company who was their partner on that.
Awesome. No, very clever. Thank you for showing me that. And also, I saw the real demo in your submission video as well. It's great work. I know there's a lot of questions, Antonio, so I'll pass it over.
I was writing, so I don't know who from Gabriela and Dragan raised the hand first. The first to speak wins.
Okay, can we? You know, 3 minutes for a pitch is very short. I think we all agree, and I'm very curious about your technology. So that's not the question which I have to ask you, but please explain me better about the technology in 2 minutes, what you're doing exactly with more detail, because I have a lot of questions. I'm very curious, but I need to know more.
Alors, la question de Gabriela n'est pas vraiment une question, c'est une remarque que les pitchs de 10 minutes, c'est très court et qu'elle n'a pas saisi tous les détails de votre technologie. Est-ce que vous pouvez reprendre 2 minutes pour expliquer votre technologie?
OK. Ecology House est une entreprise spécialisée dans la collecte des déchets plastiques. Et pour ce faire, Ecology House utilise une application qui récompense ses utilisateurs. C'est-à-dire, dès que tu télécharges l'application Ecology House, tu as droit à une poubelle de collecte. Et une fois que tu as cette poubelle de collecte, une fois que tu as collecté assez de déchets plastiques, une fois que tu as collecté assez de déchets plastiques, il y a l'équipe de Ecology House vient te rejoindre et échange ces déchets plastiques contre des points ou contre de l'argent liquide. Et le deuxième processus de Ecology House est la transformation de ces déchets plastiques en matériaux de construction, en poubelles et en matériaux de culture hors sol. Nous sommes principalement focalisés sur le recyclage du plastique au niveau des barrages et des cours d'eau. Puisque nous constatons qu'au Burkina, beaucoup de personnes ont du mal dû aux déchets plastiques. Puisque les animaux consomment ces eaux polluées de déchets plastiques comme les enfants. Puisque dans les zones reculées, il y a pas de pompe. Les enfants sont obligés de boire l'eau de ces barrages pollués par les déchets plastiques. Donc, nous rendons sur place, nous collectons ces déchets et nous les transformons. C'est un petit peu ça le processus de Ecology House.
So my translated take on that, the first thing is that they collect plastic waste with an app. So you can download the app. When you download the app, you get a bin. Once the bin is full, they come and trade your bin, whether for points or for cash. So that's the first activity. The second activity is what they explained before with the paved road materials, the trash bins, and the agriculture use case. And they specifically focus on that recycling part in areas like dams and waterways because they want to protect kids and animals which are using those waterways as their source of water. I feel like you'd like to have a follow-up. Okay. Let's just manage the time. We're a bit overboard, but let's take one more minute. So Dragan, Gabriela, I'll let you decide if it's a follow-up to Gabriela, if Dragan raises a question.
Dragan, you go.
Yeah, I'll try to make it a follow-up. Ma question serait, donc, c'est vraiment intéressant ce que vous avez fait pour récolter puis transformer le plastique. Est-ce qu'il y a des raisons pourquoi faire du pavé comme produit final? Est-ce que c'est des limitations de propriété physique? J'ai l'impression que le besoin de faire des pavés et le besoin de nettoyer est clairement là. Le besoin de faire des pavés, est-ce que c'est un réel problème que ça l'adresse, ce produit-là que vous vendez? Puis, est-ce que vous avez considéré peut-être d'autres applications pour votre plastique recyclé? Un plastique matériel de produits récupérés, recyclés. So essentially, I was asking if they had any plans to have other applications for their plastic instead of just soil paving, which could have perhaps limited use or need.
Je crois que vous êtes sur mute.
And while they reconnect, the other question was what was the real need for paving?
Okay, what I propose is let's take that question, let's put it in the fridge. If we have a bit of time and the team is back towards the end, we will come back to that. Unfortunately, it's a bit of an abrupt ending, but I hope we got to the heart of what the team is offering. So that was Ecology House, and we have two more pitches. So I'm really sorry because that's kind of a weird ending, but I hope it's not an ending, and we'll come back to that. Our next team,
if I may, just to close it. So it's really impressive. Like, been maybe just a couple months in Burkina Faso, and that is a real problem. So if they've been able to work with local people to gather plastic, it's a real problem that they're solving. So kudos to the whole team.
And I think also to double down on the question of Gabriela, what would be interesting is to understand how the magic happens between the raw plastic material and the brick we've seen, which sounds to be super impressive by the looks of it. But of course, we are all very curious to understand how that works. But I'm sure we can have those discussions with them offline, especially as you all speak a perfect French. Our next pitch comes from Silvery Nano's Innovations. Who's going to be our speaker?
Yeah, this is me, Dr. Gadara.
Awesome. Welcome. And the scene is yours for the next 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Namaste from India. This is Dr. Divya Rathod, founder of Silvery Nanos Innovations LLC. I have a PhD in microbiology. So do you know every day 150 liters of water and around 250 ml of chemicals, like acids and finalists, are being used to clean per public toilet seat every day. Also, 200 billion tons of water is being used to clean tobacco stains which are there on the toilets and the walls. which is costing around $766 million to Indian government. And still, 150 million people around the world are suffering from urinary tract infection after using so much of water and chemicals. Cleaning toilet after every use is impossible or impractical. But if you get clean, hygienic, infection-less toilets without cleaning it, such a great solution, right? So Silver Nano's innovations brings to you Happy to Protect Toilets, which is an antimicrobial, water and stain repellent formula which creates a film inside as well as outside the toilet and also on the walls of the toilet, which will stay for up to 1 month, that is up to 30 days. It will give infectionless as well as water and stain repellent toilets for 1 month. Yes, for 1 month. We have been accredited by NABL, UNDP, UN Women, also by TVC, and also I'm a part of SOYE, that is SDG 6, to solve the problem of water and sanitation. So here comes that we are right now currently working with the 4 cities of India, with the Indian government, that is Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and we are trying to solve the problem of tobacco stains, water and stain repellent, as well as UTI infection, which is the current antimicrobial resistance across the world by WHO. So as a doctor by profession, I would love to prevent infections. I would love to create an impact on the environment by saving the chemicals, and also happy to save water up to 55% by using our solution. Thank you so much. Regards, Dr. Divya.
Dr. Divya, that was an awesome pitch. I have to tell you something, which is usually when a pitch starts with, did you know? I know. Just because when you watch lots of pitches, you end up knowing. I didn't know. The numbers you gave this time and the numbers you gave in your elevator pitch, which is to be seen on YouTube, I didn't know them. So already just for that, thank you. And second, and then I promise I give the hand to the jury. Do you have your product at hand, just by any chance?
Yeah, actually today I'm on the site, so I'm traveling. So currently I don't have the product, but I have shown in the elevator pitch my product. Yeah, it's a spray. Yes.
That is the reason why I'm raising that question, because when I saw that product in your elevator pitch, it sounds super well industrialized, like the design is ready and everything. So you sound super advanced. So just that was my 2 cents. And now to the real good questions from the jury. Who do I push first? Gabriela. Or Antonio, in the meantime. You can prepare your...
I'm back. I'm sorry, I'm switching off the camera to save energy, and I'm watching also on the cell phone. That's why I'm switching. Divya, I enjoy very much your pitch in the internet. I think it's a very unique product, and the application is very impactful. As a scientist, too, I would like to know more about the magic that happens in these bottles. So what kind of chemicals are you using? Can you disclose this information?
So yeah, we have patented the formula, and also the half is being kept as a trade secret. But we are using nanotechnology as well as the Ayurveda nanoscale products, which goes onto a chemistry, which is like a film, which is a bubble like a film, and that the bubbles are being filled with the nanoparticles, which that film stays inside as well as outside the toilet, depending on the surface. So we customize the film according to the surface, like metal surface or the ceramic surface, plastic surface. So we have catered in COVID different types of surface to Indian government and Indian Army. So yeah, our sales were very good in COVID. So yes, it's a nanotechnology as well as Ayurvedic formulation in the chemistry part. Yes.
Antonio, you can take the follow-up question.
Thank you. Congratulations, Dr. Divya, and very nice elevator speech. And actually, I must and actually have a slightly similar question, but I'm going to elaborate a little bit more and twist it a little bit. So the solution is super interesting. And also, I've seen other products, price solution in developed market. You see the pre-poo, poo-pourri, and others. But actually, the focus is on the odor. No, that's controlling the odor, these type of things. But your solution is really innovative in a sense. It's controlling actually the fecal contamination, which is very, 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 very important. The question on the chemical remain. as it affect for environmental aspect and protection. But also, I was wondering whether, given there are other companies doing similar, I mean, slightly different purpose, but similar type of spray product, whether you have assessed those or approached those companies or find ways to kind of scale up as opposed to just develop by yourself.
Right. So we were approached by Reckitt Benckiser, the Harpic team, global team, and yes, and actually we have also signed one NDA. So the global team had arrived to our office, and then we had given them a proposal. They have given them a proposal, but then we were discussing. I'm still thinking about it, and also right now, currently, I'm a part of the TBC team where actual team is currently taking our what you can say into consideration, the pitch into consideration. So yes, we have got been contacted with HUL and RV, and I was also the winner of Reckitt Benckiser Pitch Challenge in 2021. Yes.
Very well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to hear from a judge we haven't heard in a while. So whether Alexander, Lisa, or Luc, whoever goes first. Luc, you go.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. I guess my question is, having done a number of accelerators myself, what do you think you would get out of this accelerator? Because you seem pretty advanced in terms of your commercialization, your target markets, your connections with relevant government.
Yeah.
It
So
seems like
currently
you're
I'm
pretty
working.
far along in the journey. It seems like you're pretty far along in the journey of commercializing your product. So I guess I'm wondering about the fit with the incubator. Thank you.
So currently I have worked on ground with Indian government, but with World Bank application, I can get an insight from different types of government because every time the usage of water in toilets or the toilet sanitation to prevent UTI, because UTI is a very big problem right now coming up because of its antimicrobial resistance. The way the people use toilets in different countries are very different. So in India, we have Indian toilets and the types of water what we use is very different. So in acceleration, I'll be able to get insights of different types of toilets and sanitation practices which are being used. Also the price pointing, which I am not able to from the Indian point of view or Singapore or Dubai, I can just get a point of view of the pricing and everything. Also the operations, because I am a scientist, to be frank. I'm not I'm still learning my phase. So I would love to be guided with people who have already been excelled at selling products and in the market, being a CEO or being a founder itself. So yes, being a nice person as a scientist, I would love to learn how to get growth acceleration. And right now at the lag phase, I really want to be a microorganism in the log phase. So yes, I'm looking forward to that.
Great, thank you very much.
We have another question by Devesh.
Yeah, awesome product and presentation, Divya. Thank you. I was curious, I think the positive impacts are very clear. I was curious, is there any testing required to see if there are any side effects of the chemicals? And are there any approvals you would need to get into different markets?
Yeah. So currently in India, we are doing NABL approved testing, which are being certified by the government of India, the labs which are certified by the government of India. And in European market, right now I'm working also with the British Council to understand the list of tests. So normally we are using right now the Hygiena product, which is a UK-based company with the microbiology analysis. Specifically, we are testing with E. coli. So they have come up with the E. coli testing and enrichment sources. We are using that itself, which is a standard, which will be going across the country because it's a what do you say, standardized by the British Council and the UK government. Also from different perspective of the governments, I'm using like US, UK, and Asian perspective. That's what three things. And as a microbiologist, I'm also doing the traditional methods which are being used. And yeah, so that's what we are. And for the side effects, we have done the dermatology testing for the testing of the skin, which goes on the different types of surfaces. So yes, that's what we have been doing currently. So continuously testing goes on in terms of microbiological as well as impact factor analysis.
And sorry, just to clarify, so has it already been approved in India as your initial target market to be applied in toilets?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Great work.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for the pitch. Thanks a lot for the interaction with our jury. I think we could keep that going, but I have, unfortunately, to be fair to everyone and to keep the timeline. So thanks a lot. Let's move to our last pitch for today. And our last pitch for today is going to come from Cranitech Software Solutions. And if you can shortly introduce yourself, once that is done, the scene is yours for the next 3 minutes for the pitch and 10 minutes in total. Camera is perfect. The scene is yours.
All right. Good afternoon. So my name is Imungana Madkana. I'm the founder of Cranitech from Zambia. So the challenge that we are addressing is the little water challenge, and we're leveraging on technology to foster climate resilience and boost food production among the smallholder farmers amidst drought and increased temperature. So about 90% of the smallholder farmers rely on rain-fed agriculture, and most of them do not have the adequate financial capability in order for them to adopt climate adaptive initiatives, such as the use of additional water-efficient water supplies. So at Cranitech, we are using digital and IoT technology to change how farmers get access to water supply solutions through a credit-based model and through improved access to climate financing. So our product portfolio includes a smart solar pump and a smart water booster. So the question is, how does it really work? So the first step is when a farmer walks to our office, they'll be able to sign up on a mobile app, and then they'll be able to fill the information, and then they'll be given the water pump. And the farmer will have to make an initial micro payment through mobile money. Once that is done, the pump will be able to unlock and begin to work. Through a digital platform, EasOnTrack, the farmer is able to interact and see the performance of the pump and be able to access additional information such as weather and the climate data. The process continues until the credit is cleared. So after that, we utilize their farm records and their payment history in order to come up with an alternative credit score, which is powered by a deep learning model, which we develop in order to provide them access to additional climate financing. So our competitive advantage is the use of IoT technology and the leveraging of alternative data. So unlike our competitors, we do not provide the water pumps on cash basis, but rather we provide in installments, and they begin to use the solution there and then. So the impact goals that we are targeting is, number one, increased use, women inclusion, because women are the most affected, including improvement in climate adaptation and resilience among the smallholder farmer. So we are looking at accessible market of about 8 million farmers, and we are so far working with 5,000 farmers, and we have been able to unlock climate financing about $1 million in collaboration with partners, and about $100,000 has already been accessed by the smallholder farmer. So we have two revenue models. With the first one is the sale of the sale of the water supply solution, which is the water pump and the water boosters, and the other one is the subscription of EasOnTrack. And so far in the last 2 years, we have a net profit margin of about average 49%. And this year we are targeting to at least have a net profit margin of at least 50%. So our team will have a combined experience of at least 3 decades, and we have different expertise from engineering, accounting, and finance, and business development, including agriculture. So we need to scale our solution, and we are sitting on more than 100,000 farmers. That is in collaboration with partners, and we need the right support and mentorship in order for us to scale our solution and we are seeking to raise about $250,000 in order for us to come up with a bigger processing facility so that we can accelerate on the number of farmers that we are serving. So if you're passionate about SDG 13, please join us as we empower farmers, combat climate change, and build a bright, sustainable future for all. So the solution to the current drought that the country is facing is an imminent problem that has to be solved. Failure to do so, the food insecurity of the country is at risk, especially women and youth. Thank you.
Great pitch. Just to be sure I got it right. SDG 13, you said?
Yes, SDG 13.
Okay. It's just that I'm so used to everybody referring to SDG 6 that I tend to forget the other ones. So thanks a lot for that reminder. There were a lot of applause from the jury, so I guess they liked your pitch. The first one, which has a question for you, is Alexander.
Hi, thanks so much for the great presentation, and that's really a strong problem in the farms. We all know. The question here is like, what is your distribution mechanism, or how do you team up with other actors in the agricultural production cycle? Because my experience is great thing is to link money right away to the product, because often they think we just think about a solution and money comes at the end. No, money is important. The investment is really important, so it's great to have that already in. But what are other actors, seed providers, fertilizer providers, other actors in the production chain that are linking up with that could help distributing your solution?
Sorry, I think your voice was keeping, so I didn't get the question clearly.
He didn't get your question. Can you just repeat your question?
Of course. Are you already partnering up with other companies in the agricultural production cycle, such as fertilizers, seed deliverers, or off-buying companies to kind of distribute your invention?
Yes, we have. So one of our partners is actually a producer of feed, and through our collaboration, they're also able to provide feed on credit based on the payment history and on the data that you're generating. On top of that, we also have a partnership with an off-taker. So there are some farmers who are able to generate a surplus of produce, and they didn't market for their products, so we're able to connect them to the off-taker who was able to buy their produce at a good price. And also we are also beginning to license our technology to other distributors who are just primarily trading and buying the pumps from our suppliers outside. So we're providing them with a provisional patented IoT technology that's able to distribute this solution.
Thanks a lot, Alexander. We have a question from Dragan.
Yeah, really good. Thank you for the pitch and presentation. For me, it's more regarding the way it's arranged with the clients. Is it your team, or it's the farmer that is in charge of like properly maintaining the equipment, and what happens if an equipment is not properly maintained? I'm sorry if it was explained.
So I think those are two questions. What's the first question before I answer the second one?
So who takes care of properly maintaining the equipment? And what happens like when there is a problem with one of the equipments, who takes care of it?
All right, so we are providing the technical assistance, and we're also training the local technicians in the local villages and the rural areas to be also able to provide the technical assistance that they may raise from the products. And we also give at least 6 months 6 months guarantee. Of the first 6 months, in case there's any technical challenge, we'll be able to look at to solve it at no cost. But after 6 months, and there is technical support that needs to be prepared, if at all it requires a certain replacement of equipment, and it's not really the fault of it's not the manufacturer, it's not our our fault, then we'll be able to offer a charge for that replacement.
We'll take a last question from Antonio.
Thank you. Very nice speech and presentation. Just a quick question on the process, no? If I am a small farmer, no, and I want to start benefiting from this accessing, no, of the climate financing. First, how do I start, and when do I start benefiting from it? How do I join the network of the farmers that are already benefiting?
All right. So it's because that most of the farmers that we're working with do not have any credit score or any bankable trace. So the first step is when they get our palm, which have IoT capabilities, they'll be able to be making monthly repayment using mobile money because they don't pay there and then. So as they make their payments monthly through the digital platform, that payment history or that payment performance is collected. And then using that data and their performance, including their farm records, and run them through our deep learning model, which is an alternative credit scoring system, which will then come up with a credit profile and then use that credit profile to access additional financing from our partners.
And I think that is the end of our last pitch for today, but also for the full list of 40 pitches. So thanks a lot for your pitch. It's maybe the right time for me to remind all of you that you can vote for the People Trust Award. The vote is open. The link is in the chat of all the different platforms where we're streaming this. So have a look there. You will see all the teams which have pitched today. You can give your vote. You take the top three. So the one you prefer, number one, the one which was the second, number two, and the third, number three. Not that complicated. Actually, the vote will stay open for 1 more hour after we stop streaming. So you have some time to give your vote to everybody so that we give a chance to everybody to reach out to the platform. I will contact the winning team so that we can arrange to have like a recording together for the part of it, which is record with me a podcast episode and a pitch, enhanced pitch on the podcast. And I'll also, of course, pass over the results to the World Bank in case they want to take your inputs to maybe feed into their reflection as to which would be the 20 people who will join the final accelerator. Now, to round it off, and I know I should stop now because it's just the end, we should stop, but still, I want to have all the judges a last time on scene to answer this very simple question, which is, if you have to summarize what you just saw over the 2 last hours in just one word, what is that one word? And I'm going to take you in the order I see you appearing on the screen, because this time I keep you for the end, Lisa, to do the conclusion. So my number one question is to you, Devesh. What's your single word?
Meaningful.
Meaningful. The second word will come from Dragon. I do fear that you are muted, Dragon.
We missed your
impressive.
So we have meaningful, impressive. The third word comes from Luke.
Hopeful.
Hopeful. Tatiana, what's yours?
Inspiring.
Inspiring. Alexander.
Inspiring, yes.
I'm going to double. Sorry.
I found him really smart. I'm really intelligent, smart. I like.
I'll take smart. I said I keep Lisa for the end. So Gabriela.
So my word is also hope. Hope for a better future.
Hope. And Lisa, before I let you take your words, I'm just gonna bring back the full list we had since the beginning. So
we miss Antonio. Sorry, he didn't get pulled in.
Oh, that's why. Antonio, sorry.
That's okay. Almost everybody said. So I was about to say inspirational, but actually I would change for the passion I see in the different team presenting the solution. Is very encouraging.
So passion. So we got Resilience, innovation, creative courage, community-driven, clarity, passionate, hope, inspiring. That was yesterday. And today we got outstanding, inspirational, passion, diverse, curiosity, impactful, crazy, interesting, optimistic. And in this session, meaningful, impressive, hopeful, inspiring, smart, hope, and passion. Now take all of that, mix it, and you have 1 minute to summarize all of that. Lisa, the scene is yours.
Okay, so I'm going to add gratitude. So we created this challenge. We started many months ago, and we had the idea, let's see if we can change the narrative from fear and I don't know where to start with all the challenges in the world to hope and agency. And I'm part of solving these problems, and I'm equipped with the skills and the power and the resources and the networks and the mindsets to drive change. And we've seen that today for 4 hours with amazing, bright, smart, talented young people from all over the world. We saw that today, we saw that yesterday, and we are all very grateful to all of you and everyone listening in for the hope that you're giving us and the camaraderie, the collegiality. We can do this together. None of us can tackle these big challenges alone in any of our individual companies or organizations, but if we're together and we have a shared vision and the energy that was very evident here, and the passion and the drive and the creativity, then we'll do some amazing things together. So thank you. And I would also like to thank our MC, the amazing Antoine Voltaire from Don't Waste Water. Please don't miss any more of his episodes. Now you'll really appreciate them even more. I also want to thank the World Bank team that made all of this happen. This seems like it's so smooth and so easy, but it's actually really hard to pull this type of thing off. I want to thank David Gray at the World Bank. I want to thank Ali. I want to thank Apurva. And there's many other people on the team outside and besides. I'm sure I'm forgetting, but these people have put in hours and hours and hours to make sure that everything runs smoothly today and yesterday, and it's really challenging to do that. So big round of applause to the team behind the teams, and thank you to everyone.
Maybe just one last word for the sequel and whatever happens next. What is the best place for people to follow up all of that? I guess it's the website, dedicated website. Where would you advise them to follow?
Yes, absolutely. The World Bank website for the Youth Innovation Challenge on water solutions for the new climate reality. If you type in all those words, it will pop up, and we can put it back in all these chat rooms so you can see it. But keep a tab on the website, and you'll keep seeing what's happening. And to all the 40 teams, thank you for your participation. 20 lucky teams will now move into the accelerator. But we want to stay in touch with all the teams that have been participating. And as we go into the accelerator over the next 6 months, we'll be running one 90-minute session per month on various topics that will help accelerate your projects. And the first 30 minutes of each of those sessions will be open to the public. So we hope you will come and join and participate. And there'll be private interactive workshops for the 20 teams. But part of this curriculum will be open. So please keep coming back to the website and watching for news about this. So thank you, everyone, and have a good rest of your day.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. And see you soon. I think there's some questions in the chat. They will be answered. Don't worry. And end of our 8-hour marathon.
To the judges. I think I forgot to thank the judges. Thank you all to the judges.